The Veolia Desert Ridge Open is brought to you by Veolia, resourcing the world. Oh Snap, the perfect snack in a snap. Stratosphere Gin, gin elevated to new heights. Vizzy, a flavor for every vibe. Carvana, serving happiness all season long. Bear, the official wealth management partner of the PPA Tour. And Fila, to play like a pro, you need to dress like one.
Welcome everyone to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open here at the JW Marriott in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm your host for the next few hours, Jim Kloss. My partner Laura Fenton-Cavanda is a little delayed by traffic, but hopefully she'll get here. We've got a great day here in Phoenix. The wind is gone, the clouds are gone, the rain is gone. It's a low 60s, sun is out, no wind, perfect conditions for pickleball. And we have the greatest players in the world out here today playing. We've got a match coming up here on Grandstand Court involving the number 4 seed Pablo, Tellez, and Federico Staksrud taking on the 18 seed Michael Loyd and Patrick Kawka. Should be a really interesting match, probably a contrast in styles. Staksrud and Tellez are one of the top teams, obviously, as reflected by their 4 seed. They've had a lot of success, and they will play traditional pickleball style. They'll mix in a lot of drops with their drives. Their best play is ernies. They do a lot of ernies with their lefty-righty combo. Kawka and Loyd bring to the pickleball game a lot of tennis background. Michael Loyd is a former tennis player from Texas, now living in Phoenix. Patrick Kawka was a BYU tennis player, also played a lot of paddle, that up-and-coming game with the funny glass walls. I think you'll see a lot of drives from Loyd and Kawka, probably a much higher percentage of drives than drops. They'll play more of a sort of tennis style, if you will, on the pickleball court. A lot of shake and bake, a lot of driving. I think if you're Tellez and Staksrud, you're going to want to get to the line, get in a dink game, play their game, a lot of soft dinking, looking for the ernies, picking their spots for the speed ups. Whereas I think Loyd and Kawka are going to try to win with more of a power game. Again, a lot of driving, probably a lot of speed ups once they get to the dink game. When they do, if and when they do get to the dink game, advantage is going to be definitely Tellez and Staksrud. Obviously, you've got to favor them as the 4 seed, but we have certainly seen our share of upsets already today. There's no such thing as a weak team in this men's doubles lineup. If you look up and down the field, it's just one great player after another, one great team after another, and you can't take anything for granted. Right before this match, I was watching Dekel Bar and Tyson McGuffin. Had a tough match against a very low seed, lost the first game, but came back and won the next 2. So if you're not careful, you can be a big name, you can be a high seed, but if you're not careful, you can get taken out by any one of these teams, even a qualifier team, as PPA Tour just gets stronger and stronger every match. A lot of tennis players coming over now that there's a little bit bigger money in pickleball. Those tennis players are learning to play the nuances of pickleball, learning the dink game, learning how to judiciously use topspin and not just come out and bang the ball. And so we're seeing increased competition. We're seeing that in singles. That was one of my predictions. Thankfully, that came true. When I did my predictions at the beginning of the year, I said Ben Johns is not going to dominate at singles like he used to, and sure enough, no gold medals after 2 events for Ben Johns, something he's not used to in singles. But it just shows that the depth created by the tennis players coming over, they typically have more success on the single side at first, if they can play a little more tennis-like game. Come over to doubles, it doesn't work quite as well. You got to learn the pickleball game. Looks like we're just about ready to go here with Patrick Kawka serving to Pablo Tellez. Should be a great match. And right off the bat, Tellez gets his dink up a little high, and Michael Loyd, thank you very much. I'll take that. And we see Loyd having a little bit of difficulty with this first drop. Again, I expect them to do a lot of third shot drives. Nice counter there by Loyd. Staksrud serving at 0-1-2. Beautiful drive there by Staksrud, attacking the stack. Kawka returning from the ad court side, trying to come to the deuce side, and just couldn't get there very quickly. Serve back to Michael Loyd at 1-1-1. Loyd with a nice drive there off of a short return. This south side where Tellez and Staksrud are is a little bit tight with the fence. We've seen the players have some trouble with serve returns. The Vulcan ball being used on the PPA Tour for the first time this year plays a little bit different than the Dura. Tends to bounce up often off of topspin and stay down quite a bit if it's driven. So the player's still getting used to the bounce, sometimes having difficulty on serve returns when it unexpectedly either bounces up or stays down. Kawka attempting the Ernie there, but going a little wide. Probably put a little too much mustard on it. Didn't really need it. Loyd missing a serve return, kind of a no-no at pickleball, whether you're a pro or a 3-5. Yeah. Tellez with a nice backhand, and again, that's what we see when they get into the dink game. I do expect Staksrud and Tellez to have a significant advantage. They're very, very talented in the dink game. Tellez serving at 4-2-2. Not the best drive there from Pablo. Got that up quite a bit. Little matrix move there by Michael Loyd. 3-4-1. Loyd again having a little trouble with a pretty routine backhand dink. Service error. Serve back to Tellez and Staksrud leading 4-3-1. We'll see if Kawka and Loyd still try to unwind the stack. And they do. A lot of power there at that Thrive paddle from Patrick Kawka. Part owner of Thrive paddles. Nice shake and bake there as Tellez attacking the stack with the moving player. Nice move. Timeout there from Kawka and Loyd. Having a little trouble unwinding the stack. Again, for those of you who might not be familiar with the terms, Kawka likes to play on the right side, Loyd likes to play the left side. So on odd numbered points, Kawka is returning serve from the ad or left side, Loyd returning serve from the deuce or right side, and then the serve returning player has to hustle cross court to get in position with the other player just sliding across. Good strategy, as employed here by Staksrud and Tellez, is to what we call attack the stack, drive the ball at the running player who's running cross court. Try to hit it before they get fully in position and ready for the next shot. If you hit a good low drive, attacking that stack, you leave the player running in a difficult position, having hit a low ball on the move. And your partner can often poach and put the next one away with what we call the shake and bake. And we have Kawka missing a serve return. A few too many careless errors on the Kawka Loyd side, something they cannot afford against a high quality pair like Staksrud and Tellez. And we are finally joined by my partner, Laura Fenton-Cavada, who encountered a little bit of traffic in the Phoenix area. Who says there isn't traffic in Phoenix on a Saturday?
Wow.
Laura, how you doing?
I'm here. How's that?
That is an accomplishment.
I'm here. I tell you what, this parking lot is full. This entire venue is completely packed right now.
Well, it is a perfect day for pickleball. That was a great shot by Federico Staksrud. We got Fedi Staksrud with the backwards hat. Pablo Tellez, the lefty. Patrick Kawka in the medium blue shirt. Michael Loyd in the black shirt. Can't say white hat since they're both wearing a white hat.
Well, I tell you what, I step in and I just see one thing immediately. When you've got, I enjoyed watching Veolia yesterday, but he got caught in the back of the court there, hung back. They got a reset or a little up in the front, and he hung back. It kind of cost him that point.
There's Staksrud, as I mentioned at the opening. Staksrud and Tellez probably employ the Ernie. Well, they certainly, not just probably, they certainly employ the Ernie more than any other pair in men's doubles. They've got the advantage with the lefty-righty combo, making it a little easier where their Ernies are pretty much all forehands. Tellez loves the backhand volley. He'll actually kind of almost run around the forehand sometimes at the net to hit a backhand volley. Of course, a backhand volley is a much more flexible shot at the net than the forehand volley. The power there from Kawka and Loyd. Tellez able to get one of them back, but not two. 7-3-2. Tellez serving. Nice topspin drive there from Tellez. Nice and low, barely clearing the net. 8-3-2 here in game one. It's going to go long and be 9-3-2.
Might be a good time for a timeout here. I've just watched a few points, just kind of catching up on what's happening, but 3 points in a row.
Well, Loyd and Kawka have been fine when the ball is up, but they've been having a little trouble with the soft stuff, as we expected at the beginning of the match. And again, we see a dink exchange, and Tellez taking advantage, running way around the backhand.
You know, I've got to just comment here for a second, Jim, as I'm watching. You know, there's so many different ways of dinking a ball, and a lot of times people think just hitting the dink means hitting it back in the kitchen. You know, there are dinks that come with different spins, different heights, stays down, pops up, and that last one has popped up enough for Veolia to be able to attack that through the middle.
Tellez likes to volley off the backhand and dink off the forehand if he can. If he gets a volley, he's got an excellent backhand volley. Really hits the ball well out in front of his body. When he's dinking off the bounce, he likes to go forehand, run around the backhand, dink inside out.
That's a nice shot.
And that earns him a game point.
Michael Loyd.
Yeah. And there we see kind of a little bit funky bounce by the Vulcan ball. Michael Loyd having trouble handling it, and game one fairly easily to Tellez and Staksrud, and Michael Loyd looks a little disgusted.
You know, let's talk a little bit maybe about the mechanics hitting topspin, because that's the last shot I saw him hit on the other side of the net. Many times people think hitting a topspin means bringing that paddle up and over the ball. And they tend to hit, that comes over the ball, that ball's going to go downward into the net. Hitting topspin means is we're hitting the under or back side of that ball. You've got to actually lead with the front of that wrist and let that paddle drop back and down a little bit. So when you contact that ball, that wrist is almost hitting the ball and coming up around the outside, the bottom outside of that ball to hit topspin. It'd be nice if we could show that on camera, but I would suggest people go on YouTube, even a pickleball topspin forehand or a tennis topspin forehand, so you see exactly how that should be hit.
Or even better, if you can, either come out here to Desert Ridge and see these pros today and tomorrow, or the next event in Mesa, Arizona, or wherever you may live when the PPA Tour comes to your town or nearby. Give it a visit. It's a special thing. It's one thing to see these pros on TV. It's a whole nother thing to see them live, where you can sit. We're literally sitting about 15 feet away from the court, and you can really see the power, the athleticism, and the skill of this sport. And there's Staksrud again trying the Ernie.
Yep, we'll actually be here back at the end of the month as well. We've got 2 here this month.
We have two. I wish we had 20.
Here at Legacy in Mesa, we'll be at the end of February. It's a pretty shot.
Beautiful backhand roll there by Staksrud. And again, we see when a point gets into the dink game, virtually every rally goes the Staksrud Tellez way. Here we are back in the dinking, so they'll probably prove me wrong and lose this rally. Sure enough.
I may have been a little bit premature on that one. A little greedy.
Tellez again with the attempted Ernie. How many Ernie attempts have we seen already?
Of course, if you just won 10-3, it doesn't matter maybe, but he's thinking, oh, I'll go for it. The nice thing about being that age too, you can lean out that far and jump and still not pull any muscles.
Oh, great big play there by Pablo. Tellez resetting it and then getting from behind the baseline to the kitchen line for an attacking volley in a split second. Very quick movement there. Great footwork. And
I would like to see. Go ahead, Jim.
Now, once again, the dink game and results in a.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again and again. When it's pickleball, the advantage is just massively to Staksrud and Tellez.
So I would just like to comment a little bit. Sometimes not only are the dinks, but when they had Tellez and Staksrud back, still bring the balls more in the air for them to be able to get the paddles on. We'll try to get that ball down at their feet, take a little bit off of the power. The angles, the place where that ball drops is really more important than how hard he hit it.
Loyd more than a little disgusted. Not sure if that was because of the ball or because of his hitting the net, shot going out, but not a happy camper at this point of the match.
You know, if you had to use, let's say, one word, Jim, you know, outside of safety and watching the ball, okay, one word you would say would be the key to becoming a great pickleball player.
I don't know if I could do it in one word as much as one thing.
You only get one word.
One word. I'd probably say control, because it applies. You know, you see Michael Loyd there being very frustrated. What we saw yesterday in quite a few matches is players losing a little bit of emotional control. They'd have a bad break, a bad bounce, a missed shot, a net cord, and you could see the frustration in their face and their body language, and they sort of lost control. And one unlucky break or one bad shot didn't translate into loss of one rally. It translated into a loss of 3 or 4 points because they lost control, let their emotions get the better of them, and then lo and behold, the opponent gets a run. So I'd say control, because obviously control of your shots, control the point, you know, controlling the ball with appropriate topspin, but also control of your emotions.
Well, it's a great word. I think one word that comes to my mind is consistency. And being able to add more and more things to your game, but being consistent, whether it's on your blocks, your dinks, your returns, your serves, everything. Some people have said patience. Requires patience, but still requires intensity, the time to attack at the right time, time to be a little more patient.
Patience is a great word. I always say that Ben Johns is the best player in the world, and he is the most patient player in the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's what I see with these guys. And this is pretty common, and it doesn't matter the age that somebody comes into the game. If you've played other sports at high level, you know, aggressive sports, football, baseball, basketball, tennis, any of them, you're used to having to be on the offense. You're used to being aggressive. And when you come into this game, it takes a little while for some of the tennis players to actually understand that's what it's going to have to take to be able to do both, the patience and the power and the quickness. I don't think maybe Michael Loyd there realizes that Veyes is left-handed. Brought that up right in the middle to his forehand. Here you go. And now they've got their backhands to the middle. So here's an opportunity right now if they notice that. Take this ball to the middle. They did switch.
Takes to one.
But just a little bit of difference here in, again, going back to consistency. Consistency of your drops. Is there a game plan? Resetting balls. There you go. Reset that one and go. And attack. Right. Much better play that time. Much better point.
Excellent
play.
hands all around there. Staksrud had the point on his paddle. I'm sure he'd be the first to say he should have put that one away. 2-5-2. You see again Loyd and Kawka employing pretty much about 90% drives over drops. But if you're going to do that, you need to get him in.
He got a little bit lucky there, but I think based on what you've just talked about, the emotional side, I think he's very frustrated. He's swinging harder and harder. Adding a little variety. Something I enjoyed yesterday, even watching Ben and Annalee play, is Annalee taking some of those balls driven at her and hitting drop shots. And very tough shot to do, but something to add to your game when you're playing against people that are banging balls at you.
If you did not see it yesterday in mixed doubles play, there was a match, I believe it was a round of 16 match. It was Ben Johns and Leigh Waters against Pablo Tellez and Wright. One of the best matches I've ever seen, and I have seen a lot of pickleball matches. Incredible match where Waters and Johns took game one very easily, and you thought it was going to be a routine match. Tellez and Wright came back, took game two, and actually had 2 match points in game 3 before Annalee and Ben could put it away.
And served one of those out.
Pablo Tellez didn't miss a serve.
Oh.
Something. I think I lost sleep over that shot. I can't imagine what Pablo did.
I'm with you. I thought about it many times as I was driving home, just what he's feeling, and will be remembering that for quite some time, that they had the match on their paddle.
Beautiful combination there from Pablo Tellez. Body shot off the backhand and then a forehand put away, and Michael Loyd still leading the league in frustration. But you see there, Laura, you see what I'm talking about, where as I said, he's leading the league in frustration. I said that before he hit the shot, and what happened? He hits a serve return out. He's letting his emotion affect the next point.
Absolutely.
The next shot. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You have to let it go. It's like being a cornerback in the NFL. You get beat for a touchdown. If you let that get to you, what's going to happen? You're going to get beat for another touchdown.
You know, many times, and I'm just bringing this up because I teach a lot of camps. But we do a whole session on mental training, and we give our campers exercises to do. When you get to a certain level, you're playing at a pro level right now. The highest level pro athletes, it doesn't matter what sport it is, typically we spend about 80% of our training is on mental training. 15 seconds. Once you get to a point at being at the highest level of play, your skills are there. You already know what you can and can't do. But mentally, exactly as you said, everything else takes over when your emotions go awry.
Well, we see that in a lot of sports. Who is the toughest football player mentally? Maybe Tom Brady. Who's the toughest basketball player ever mentally? Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James.
Yep.
They're not just great athletes. They're mentally they're beasts.
Well, one thing, I mean, I had probably one of my best coaches was our assistant coach on the U.S. team, U.S. racquetball team. And one thing she got through to me finally is I came off the court one time. I happened to win the match, and everything that came in my mouth was negative, negative, negative. Oh, I didn't do this, I did this, da-da-da-da-da. And she said to me, great athletes learn how to win matches when you're not playing well, and everybody will have a bad day. Ben Johns had a bad match yesterday, one that we were watching the last two games. He struggled. It's just one of those days, but they figured out a way somehow to win the match. Roger Federer, Djokovic, all of them. I think for the first time I saw Djokovic have a horrible day. But Federer and Djokovic, Rafa and Nadal, all of them, they were down sometimes 2-0 or down 2-1 in sets and Grand Slams, and yet they figure out a way. You fight through it, figure out a way to win.
Michael Loyd sitting there still talking to himself as they get closed out on this one, and Staksrud and Tellez will move on rather easily. So we've got Matt Wright and James Ignatowich coming up next on this court. I believe they're the 3 seed, if I remember right. If you didn't see it on your Sports Center highlights, James Ignatowich hit one of the single best pickleball shots I've ever seen in my life. I think it made the Sports Center top 10 last night in very late action in mixed doubles.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you got to see the shot. It was quite something. It was a backhand roll hit behind him, and he had to run back to get it. He hit the ball. It's hard to describe. He had to hit the ball on a backhand with the wrong side of the paddle, and Ernie, where he's probably 20 feet from the net, 10 feet from the court, and he hit a bullet right into the court, into the near corner on the other side. Vivian David was standing there. There was a ball past her, and I think her jaw hit the court.
As she was still smiling, of course.
It deservedly. Somebody told me it made the ESPN top 10, and if it did,
no kidding.
I'm not sure why it wasn't number one.
I'm going to have to check that out. That would be it's pretty awesome to see pickleball in ESPN top 10.
And we're going to go to a commercial break here at the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open. We'll be back in a moment here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research. we bring you an unmatched quality of product. Made right here in the USA, each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
When the game gets intense, don't let residue ruin your play. Reset, the ultimate solution to bring back the grip, spin, and control to your carbon fiber pickleball paddle. Say goodbye to caked-on gunk and slippery surfaces, and say hello to a paddle that feels brand new. Backed by science and made with love by passionate pickleball players just like you. Experience the Reset difference today. Reset. Play hard, play clean.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But where was I really going?
Oh, the depth of this man.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Yeah. Where you gonna go, Tom? Where you gonna go? Begin that wheel. Looks like you are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby. Let's go, Tom. They got mountains and, more mountains. Let's go.
What is happening here?
Who's next?
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
Play. Hard. For fun. To win. To live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Celac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Seven foot.
Check this out. This
Welcome back to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open. We're here at the JW Marriott in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Jim Kloss here with Laura Fenton-Cavanda. We're at round of 16 action at this tournament, and we've got a great match coming up here on the Grandstand court. We've got the number 3 seed, Matt Wright and James Ignatowich, against the number 20 seed, Jaume Martinez-Vic, or JMV as we'll call him because it's easier, and CJ Klinger, his partner. Should be a great match. Again, Jim Kloss here with Laura Fenton-Cavanda. Laura, what do you think of this one?
Well, first of all, let's look at the age span here. Probably one of the, if not, the youngest player on the tour, CJ, at 17 years old out of Columbus, Ohio. And you've got a veteran in Matt Wright who's won numerous U.S. Open titles at 44 years of age. Lives in Wichita, Kansas, is an attorney, but has hands just like a 20-year-old still. Very, very impressive to watch him play up at the net. Very smart player, incredibly smart player. So I don't know if the experience over the youth, you know what to expect here.
And if you didn't see it, James Ignatowich not only made SportsCenter last night, he made SportsCenter with the #1 sports play of the day. If you haven't seen it, you have to go back and see the, it sells it short to call it an ATP. The ATP he did last night, late at night. But we're about to start action here with Matt Wright serving at 0-0-2.
Oh, test him early. Ignatowich says, I'm going to come right at you, and he goes, bring it on.
CJ Klinger's had a lot of recent success on the APP tour. Also at the challenger level of MLP. A real up-and-coming player. Very interesting to see him, and good to see him over here on the PPA Tour. See what he can do. He's been here in Phoenix for about a week practicing with a lot of the top players. And I was talking about him with Riley Newman, and Riley was raving about him.
He might have a few little nerves going on here at the beginning of this match. I mean, there's it's a little different arena when you're not used to playing in front of bigger crowds. He's also, looks like he's grown about 4 inches too.
CJ certainly handled the drives of Ignatowich, and there we see GMV handle the injudicious speed up from Matt Wright, which he is known to do. Matt, a great defensive player, but if there's a flaw in his game, it's that he can sometimes speed up inappropriately and pay for it. And just as I say it, we see an inappropriate speed up from Matt Wright. Come right back.
An unusual choice, I'm thinking, from Matt Wright. But, you know, again, it's early. You go out, you test things. You maybe don't know the other players that well. No, that's the time to do it. First, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. Look at tendencies.
We see Klinger try another drive and miss it. Definitely a tendency for players to drive a little more at the beginning of a match. Again, trying to work those nerves.
So yep, sets that point up well. You know, many times you hear people say that are watching on TV, sometimes people who haven't even played the game, and they go, well, what's so hard about that? Just hitting the ball over the net. Probably the most difficult shots outside of the reset is hitting those very precise dinks without hitting the net or setting the other team up.
Ignatowich serving at 0-1-2. Kind of a slow start in this one as far as scoring points goes. Then we see Ignatowich attack the stack, attack the moving player who's just returned serve and has to run cross court to get in position, try to take advantage of any short return and hit a bullet at him.
If you notice the difference, though, even on his drives compared to even our last match, again, many times people drive a ball, they think, oh, I've got to rip this thing as hard as I can, and they swing at 150 miles an hour. He's swinging about 80. On a scale of 0 to 100, about 80, and his angle and the ball dropping on that drive was more important than hitting as hard as he could.
And there we see Matt Wright with one of the best things he does, sliding right, blocking backhand. Very good hands, very good defensive player.
Great hands. Great hands from CJ Klinger there.
One, 3-1.
That's about 3 or 4 unforced errors off of that third shot. He's got to start focusing now, just playing the ball. You know, he's got 2 big guys on the other side of the court. He's looking up a little bit from the ball, taking his eye off the ball, but he's got to just focus only on the ball, play the shot. There you go.
Wonderful touch from all 4 players on this one, the dink exchange.
You know, if we would talk strategies right now, Jim, just from the beginning to right now, when they get in those dink rallies, almost every single rally has ended with Ignatowich attacking. I would literally take him out of the point now. These two guys just play Matt Wright. He's the bit older of the two. And make him beat you.
Well, certainly the proper strategy, I think, for Ignatowich and Wright is to get into the dink game. Yami Martinez-Vick, a great player, as we said, but still better at singles than he is at doubles. Klinger, you want to test him, get him in the dink game, and then try to have Ignatowich ignite the offense.
So right now we're at 5 unforced errors on this side of the court with Klinger and JMV. Little return favor.
I'd like to see Martinez-Vick and Klinger drop the ball. The drives have not been going their way.
No. There's another freebie. Yeah. Matt's made a few mistakes too, even at the net and some of these serves. I literally right now would be picking on him if at all possible. But driving it, you're right, Jim. And this is just not working for either one of them. These are opportunities missed. You're serving, only chance to score a point. When you're serving, put that third shot. There you go. They're both so quick. They can get up there very quickly.
That's a good point there for CJ Klinger. Well played. For a chance he didn't get hit by the ball. Now serving 3-5-2. Here's where they may want to drive it if they can get a drive at Matt Wright on the run. And that's what they tried, but it didn't work.
I would still disagree. Because you're now about 0 for 7, 0 for 8 on driving the ball. I would not drive the ball at all.
That's true, but the one time I'd be looking at it is when Matt is on the ad side and has to run to the deuce side. You know, Matt again a little bit older player for the tour. You know, not the most athletic player anymore on the tour, so you might be able to take advantage of him, you know, having to run and unwind the stack. But too many simple errors here from Klinger and JMV.
Yeah, when you say that, simple errors, just simple mechanics of blocks, drops, keeping balls in play.
We have a lot of people here, a big crowd in Phoenix. We were stacked about 8 deep yesterday, and we're stacked about, well, we're only stacked about 6 deep today. Wow.
Tell me he doesn't have quick hands still.
Yeah, what hands? No, Matt has a he's a great right side defensive player, great hands, especially off the backhand. If he has his feet set, he's as good as player as there is.
So this is a team, I mean, just seeing right here the confusion in the middle, you know, not necessarily just young in age, but young as a team together, and how huge that is. This might be, you know, I say this cautiously with the male world, but as far as communication goes, it is just absolutely huge. When you have things like that happen, you got to fix it. It's like, okay, who's taking that middle? Where's the ball coming from? Who's covering line? Who's got middle? Somebody got a great two-handed backhand. Do they not? You know, you got to have that decided before that match even starts. So they're giving away points right now. Hopefully they get things worked out before the first game is over and get it fixed.
Got a 9-3 advantage for Wright and Ignatowich here in game 1. I think Klinger and Martinez-Vick just need to settle down.
Yep, I'm going to go back. I'm going to stick with what I was saying. Is playing Matt Wright. Again, you got to get the blocks back, obviously. You got to block the ball back over the net. But when they're serving, they've got to hit thirds into the kitchen, and they got to play Matt. Be patient and attack him.
9-3-2, Matt Wright serving.
Right. Left it up just enough. It's a smart shot.
A little bit of smack talk there from Matt Wright.
So that's what we call it inside out, hitting to the weak side. brings it up to his forehand. Middle is strong side, outside is weak side, and he goes to the weak side. Again, and that's a setup. Good hands.
Nice play there by JMV. I think Matt Wright thought it was ball game, and it was not. 3-10-1.
Oh.
Might have been an out ball there that GMV hit. He thinks so. I think he's probably right. 3-10-2.
There you go. CJ was ready for it that time. Way to finish the point.
Yeah, I think CJ by now should figure out that if Ignatowich has a dink off the bounce, it might be coming hard. Another unforced error. I don't think Klinger and JMV are that far off in this game, despite it being 10-4. If they could just eliminate the errors.
Yeah, I agree.
I think on contested points, it's been pretty close.
Right now, actually, that's about the number of errors, too. The same as the score, 10-4. They're at 10 unforced errors. To Wright and Ignatowich is 4.
We'll see if they can clean that up. They're still in it here in game 1. Hanging in there. They get an unforced error their way at 5-10-1. Looking for a run to get back in this game 1.
I'm in complete agreement with you, Jim.
This is a nice play by JMV. I think by now they figured out that Ignatowich is going to hit some speed ups off that bounce, and they're ready for him.
I don't know if anybody else is noticing Ignatowich jumping over there on the other side of the court. You know, it's one thing you do. When you take a hop, you move quicker. When the ball is hit, you do react quicker. I just wonder how long he can keep that up all day long without burning some energy in those legs.
I don't think he's ever stopped. If you haven't had an opportunity, go on Instagram and go to Memes of Pickleball. There's some laugh out loud memes of pickleball that I don't know who came up with that site, but kudos to whoever did. Some really good stuff there.
That's some really good playing by CJ Klinger there. I mean, he goes to the inside, he reads his paddle in a backhand grip, and he goes to the inside, gets the next one coming back, goes back to the outside.
8-10-2, and then CJ again back to the drive. He's had some good drops off the forehand. There's just no need for that shot.
Absolutely not.
And also no need for that shot, as we see an inappropriate speed up attempt from Matt. Statistically, if you can get you need to get above 50% on your speed ups. You want to be up at the 60-65% level.
Now we've got the confusion in the middle again.
I think that ball was probably going long too. First game, 2 Wright and Ignatowich. 11-8.
You know, it's also good in theory. You know, when we're teaching people to block and paddle positions and where it should be in front of your chest, you know, and say, no, if that ball's hit hard and it's above your shoulders, it's going out, okay? But you got somebody ripping a ball at you, you know, 150 miles an hour. It's pretty hard. You got a split second just to react to it, especially the closer they are. So it's always easier when you're the off person, you're on the other side. It's easier to see at an angle going out. You know, always having a lot of times partners yelling out. Well, yeah, it's easy from the other spot. But it's coming straight on. But these two have all the ability, no question. These two young ones. I mean, they're playing two very, very great players. Ignatowich and Wright, but they've got the ability to do this, and it's kind of what we have been saying the whole first game. Is if they would hit the drops, they hit their blocks, they cover the middle, just doing the basics, they'd be in this match.
Yeah, I think despite losing the first game, I think Klinger and GMV have to feel optimistic. They were down I think they got control. They saw the strategy being used against them. They played a little more effectively, but still a few loose errors that could be cleaned up. It doesn't look like they've got a coach on the sideline. I know I'm a big advocate of every pair having a coach on the sideline. Another pair of eyes is always helpful.
Especially when you're young. I mean, they're both young players. I guess some veterans.
And there we see CJ starting off with a drop, which is good to see.
It's a smart, I think it's a wise move. The drop, and then you attack Matt. That's exactly what they did.
Okay, we see CJ drop twice in a row. That's maybe they figured that one out.
And almost every time Ignatowich hits a backhand, two-hand backhand, it's gone cross court. Every single dink has gone cross court with his backhand.
Well, he definitely likes to turn it over with tops. That topspin two-hander. Nice drop from Matt Wright.
Yep, that's a smart move.
We're seeing a little bit of success from JMV attacking Matt Wright.
Mm-hmm.
See if that continues. 0-1-2.
Very quick. Quick feet, quick hands.
Well, I don't think those guys want to return short to Ignatowich. That's not a winning strategy. You're going to get the heat when you do that, and he's not missing on those forehand drives.
No.
As I said, he's not missing on those forehand drives. A beautiful shot down the line, just inside.
Well, let's give him another chance here. Yeah, pretty impressive. Very, very impressive shots there. But yeah, you got to start using some common sense here. That's actually not a bad choice. Just overhit a little bit, but saw the middle open. I tell you what, you're going to hear about CJ Klinger for a long time. This kid's going to be great. He cuts down on a few of these mistakes, but has all the ability in the world to be a great player.
Oh, that was a nice semi-scorpion there from James Ignatowich. He's probably about 6'3", 6'4", but
yep, Matt Wright 6'2". I know that, so I think you're right.
James looked like he was about 5'2". Played an excellent shot.
Return of serves right now are hurting them.
Yeah, leaving them a little short.
Just a little bit of wind. There's not a ton of wind, but you got to get this back to Wright. Make him play that ball. And another service error. Service return error.
They cannot afford those. Serving at 6-1-2. Not quite the same success rate when Matt Wright drives as when James Ignatowich drives. But when Ignatowich is serving, it's hard to get that serve return deep and wherever you want it. He's got a very powerful serve. Matt Wright with a pretty good serve himself.
That's just really, really strong wrist right there. On the move, drives, follows it in, and rips it with a backhand on the move. That's good. That's too bad. That's a great poach.
Well, JMV is as quick as anybody in the game. Probably bit off a little more than you could chew, though, on that one.
Nice. They may have gotten away with one there. I mean, CJ hit one up a little bit that Matt could have attacked.
3-6-2. Oh, can't afford that. Can't afford that. Matt Wright serving at 6-3-2, looking to close this match out in 2 games, having won the first game.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, I would have to kind of say the same thing to Matt. If Matt's going to drive a ball, the one that's been hitting in the net right now for those is CJ. So either drop it at JMV or drive at CJ.
Well, I think the one play that's working for JMV and Klinger is to try to speed up to Matt, especially if Matt's a little bit on the move. Seems to be the source of most of their points.
You know, again, I'm just going back to basics. I was just saying, if I could go over and give him a little advice, it's like I would keep the ball away from Ignatowich. Period. Play CJ. I'm sorry, play Matt. But you got to be able to hit. You got to be able to execute the shots. You got to be able to put that ball into the kitchen, hit your dinks consistently. I think that's really what I see right here is just a little more drilling and fine-tuning their shots.
Well, as always, it's always easier said than done to say who to hit it to. When the ball is being hit as hard as Ignatowich hits it, it's hard to have pinpoint placement on your shots. But certainly it looks like they could do a little better job on the serve returns. Ignatowich is just eating them up on the speed ups. Eight, 3-1. JMV and CJ Klinger need to find something here, and soon. They lost game 1, and they're now down 8-3-2.
There's a good return.
Rare miss from Ignatowich, but it was a very good deep return.
Very few of those points are they ever going to win. I think they've maybe won 1 or 2 the whole match when they drive off the third. Caught in the back of the court still. That's a nice shot.
You know, I think Ignatowich is showing his ability in this match. Really dominating.
Yep, that was much smarter play. Much smarter play on that point.
8-3-2. JMV serving at 3-8-1, needing a run. We see Ignatowich looking to speed up at CJ just about at every opportunity.
Yeah. Well, and we were talking about earlier is a lot of those actually would be going out, but to get out of the way of them, great serve. Great serve by JMV here. A high kick, a lot of speed on it. Kept it in.
5-8-1. Seeing if they can do a little bit of a run here and get back in things. Ignatowich with great hands there. 6-8-1.
Can they keep it up?
A little surprised we don't see a timeout here. Had his chance. Had his chance there.
Need a little topspin on that one. Good idea.
We're at 6-8-2. Nice drop shot there from Ignatowich. A little net love. Top spin helps. 8-6-1.
I tell you what, that's tough is when you've got someone like you said, Ignatowich is just ripping balls at him, and then Matt Wright hits an off speed, which is something he is very, very good at. You think he's going to rip it, and he hits at medium speed. your timing's off just a little bit.
10-6-1. We've got two game points here for Wright and Ignatowich. Looking to put this one away in straight games. I guess we don't say straight sets like we would in tennis. It's an out ball, and that's the ball game. Ignatowich and Wright move on to the quarterfinals. Well, I think, Laura, that was one that just experience showed out.
Absolutely no question. I mean, you have a combination of experience, and I think maybe that's why they were even relaxed, is the unforced errors on the other side. And again, if these young players could actually see a video of this match, and maybe hear some things, or like you said, have a coach, bring some of these things to their attention. They can fine-tune those drop shots. When you're playing somebody who's got as quick a hands as Ignatowich, when you're driving at him or he's driving at you, it's like you have got to be able to counter that and putting that ball down at their feet. And then you've got somebody who's, in their 30s versus 44. You hit some drop shots and then you attack Matt. You've got a shot at winning the match, but you got to keep those drop shots down as well.
Matt, we will be going to commercial break, and we'll come back here to Phoenix, Arizona to the PPA Desert Ridge Open.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together, so you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
medical insurance for every senior.
Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same, but not Humana. They see me.
Humana. My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Lee to have something safe. Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
All the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah. Hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah. I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah. Hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah. Yeah. Run it. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my.
Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But where was I really going?
Oh, the depth of this man.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Where you gonna go, Tom? Where you gonna go? Begin that wheel. Looks like you are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby. Let's go, Tom. They got mountains and, more mountains. Let's go.
What is happening here?
Who's next?
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
From the world's most iconic tennis arenas to the glint of an Olympic gold medal, a new court beckons, a new challenge arises. Jack Sock has conquered tennis. Now, pickleball's next. Mastery, precision, passion, that's what champions are made of. And when it comes to pickleball, there's only one company they turn to. Jack Sock's legacy continues with the #1 brand in pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
And welcome back to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open from the JW Marriott in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm one of your hosts, Jim Clausen, along with Laura Fenton-Cavanda, and we're coming to you from the Grandstand court on a beautiful day, a perfect day for pickleball in Phoenix. Low 60s, sun is out, and the crowds are out. We're on the Grandstand court. We've got people stacked about 3 and 4 deep, and once they hear what match we have on this court, I think we're going to stack up 6 or 7 deep. We have a quarterfinal match that is a wonderful match. We've got the 4 seed Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez against the 6 seed Julian Arnold and Christian Alshon. 4 players that are not pretty good, not really good, but tremendous. 4 of the best pickleball players in the entire world for your viewing pleasure. And again, Jim Claus here, my partner Laura Fenton-Cavanda. Laura, what do you think of this match?
This matchup. Well, you're looking at 4 really, really high-level tennis players here. As we all know, anybody who plays knows that this is probably one of the absolute most advantageous athletes coming into pickleball are those who have played high-level tennis. You've got Christian Alshon, who he played Division III, but he went 18-0 in singles at the University of Chicago, even though he now lives in Boca Raton. Turned pro in 21, and he is just 23 years old, so you're going to see a lot out of him. Julian Arnold, MVP of one of the Major League Pickleball events last year in 23, played for the Los Angeles Mad Dogs. But he started playing tennis at the age of 7, played for UCLA D1, and then taught professionally until a few of his friends talked him into coming out and playing pickleball at first, which he thought was a little bit silly. Absolutely loved it and turned pro less than a year later. He is now 32 years of age. But looking at the other 2, holy cow, we saw Tellez yesterday. We know how deadly he is, how dangerous he is, a chance of taking out the top seeds in mixed and just slightly short of that. But he and Federico Staksrud, 27, 5'11", all 4 of these players are just incredibly gifted athletes. You're going to see a really tight match here.
We've got Christian Alshon warming up about 10 feet from us. Christian was the most improved player of 2023. Proud to say I predicted that one at the beginning of the year and finished the year number 20 in doubles. I even said he was going to be my pick for most improved player of 2024. We'll see if that one comes true. I'm expecting him to challenge for a spot in the top 10. Just an amazing player. His partner Julian Arnold. All 4 of these players good friends of mine. Julian Arnold, Mr. Andiamo. The over-under for those of you playing at home. If you can play the Andiamo drinking game, or we can do the over-under. I'm going to say it's at 4.5 on how many Andiamos we're going to hear from Julian. If you don't know it, Andiamo is Italian for let's go. Julian raised in Italy, still speaks fluent Italian. There's some trivia for you.
Shall we potentially play some bets too on the tweeners and the trick shots coming from Christian?
Well, what's funny
Mr.
is
Alshon,
we had
he's a crowd pleaser.
We had that Ignatowich around the post shot from yesterday that made #1 in SportsCenter highlights, and I mentioned that to Alshon this morning, and his response is, I've hit shots better than that. Alshon and Ignatowich are famous for their friendly rivalry.
I think you're going to not only see a lot of hard hitting here, but you've got a little bit more control as you see they're hitting. Again, we teach people, what a beautiful shot. About 80% speed, even though they're drives, it's at 80% and not 100 or 150 like some other players.
Quick 1-0 lead for Alshon and Arnold. You'll see both Arnold and Alshon favor a nice controlled topspin drop. We see that right away from Christian. A wonderful shot to try to imitate for you players at home.
Oh, what a smart shot. Saw the paddle down, went right up at the chest. His paddle is down below his waist. Read it very, very well.
We're going to see a lot of dink points in this match. As you get higher and higher in men's doubles, at the highest skill level, all the players want to basically play mainly a dink game and look for opportunities in the dink game. That starts up at the top with the Johns brothers, but it goes right to JW Dillon, Riley, Newman, and Thomas, Staksrud, Tellez, Alshon,
Tyson, all
Arnold,
of them, yeah.
All the top players basically want to get into the dink game. So you'll see a lot of third shot drops. If you see a third shot drive, it's typically followed by a fifth shot drop, as we saw from Christian Alshon right there. So they're not really driving necessarily to win the point, but they're driving in order to hopefully set up an easier drop off the fifth.
That's a good read. Good read right there. People watching at home, again, if you're like let's say a 3.035 level player and you look at the dinks, many times you're dinking just with your paddle and your arm. I want you to watch the footwork on these guys. They sidestep, but that ball's outside of their reach. We call it a V, or they're 220 degrees. A V, their feet and their arms, they move their feet. Watch your feet for a few points.
Scoring is 0.42. There again, you see the combination of the third shot drive, fifth shot drop. Again, the reason for that is if you're doing a third shot is typically off of a fairly deep return and maybe not the most comfortable shot. So you do a third shot drive, hoping to get a little bit shorter shot that's easier to drop.
That shot right there from Tellez. We tell people, I mean, the toughest ball to return outside of balls at your feet is one right at your right side, up at your shoulder or your hip, and that's exactly where he hit it off speed last time on Julian Arnold.
Nice shot there from Christian Arnold, put it away, set up by some good dinking by Julian Arnold. Tellez and Staksrud looking to get on the board here, down 0.51.
You notice how quick they get to the net when they see that ball, they feel that ball's going right over the top of it, and it's going to drop. They are both, boom, they're going. Looked up on that one, looked up at the net, looked at his opponents, missed the ball.
Goodbye. All four of these players with tremendous power. Any ball that's up is pretty much dead meat. Julian serving at 5-1-1.
Oh, that's really nice.
Wow.
What a great read.
First the great block, then the great read to see a chance for an Ernie. Staksrud and Tellez again, probably the two most prolific players in terms of Ernie, since they have the ability to Ernie off the forehand on both sides.
Oh, that's a tough shot.
The control they show in the dink game is amazing. They make those shots look so easy. Yeah.
Lefty righty. I actually like the idea of something different with the lob. The location of that ball probably wasn't the right choice to the middle, to their forehands.
Well, it was a little shallow too. I think if it had some good depth, it might have been an effective shot. The player's very good at letting out balls go. .152. Julian employing heavy topspin.
I would be curious, just like last match we were talking about. You know, you're driving your third ball, and sometimes you have to. If the ball's coming deep and hard at you, sometimes you have to drive it back just to keep it in play. But when you got the opportunity, I would just like to see these guys hit a few more drops and get in and get set. They've had more success doing that than driving the third ball.
All four players very strong. If I had to say that Julian had something that you could pick on, he has a tendency to, he's an emotional player, tends to get a little hopped up sometimes and overhit. Maybe speeding up a little bit too much, especially in the transition zone. We'll see him try to pound it from the transition zone coming in, and that does not work at this level.
That's a tough shot. That's the angle. We get a little excitement. I love it.
I think we had our first Andiamo. We had that over under at 4.5. So for those of you scoring at home, that's 1. Yeah, it's probably a good bet to take the over, but we'll see. Depends whether it's a 3-game match or not. 3-game match, I'm taking the over. But so far, Arnold and Alshon looking very strong. Good use of power at times and good control in the dink game. A lot of topspin being employed. As we've seen, if you look back at pickleball 5 to 10 years ago, there just was not this level of topspin you saw in the dink game. People employ cut shots, forehand cut, backhand cut, and now you'll see, especially Arnold and Alshon, forehand topspin dink, backhand topspin dink. Very heavy use of topspin.
Now, when they're driving these balls this time, you know, before I was just saying, hey, I'd like to see some more third shot drops. When you've got players crossing, though, when they're stacking and they're crossing, they are hitting that ball behind down the line, or if they're crossing with a backhand going to the outside or back in the middle, it depends. Sometimes you drive that ball right through the middle as players are moving. If they're set, that's a whole different story.
Tellez there with one of his signature moves. Pablo likes to volley off the backhand but dink on the bounce off the forehand. He'll run around his backhand dink to hit forehand dinks.
That was a gift.
(3-8-1). Staksrud and Tellez trying to get back in this one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that could
really,
see that one coming.
Really impressed with this guy. I was impressed with him yesterday. I am today. His reset is what won that point, and then his quick hands at the end. But being able to reset that ball at your feet into the kitchen, one of the toughest shots in the game.
Probably a smart timeout there from Alshon and Arnold. As we've been talking throughout the week, you get 2 timeouts a game. You can't sell them. You can't take them home. The refs won't give you anything for them at the end. They won't pay for your parking. Use them or lose them. And as we saw with the amateurs, we'll lose a match and somehow they're going home with 4 timeouts. I'm not sure what they do with them. You'll see the pros will frequently use timeouts.
We were kind of questioning that last match too, is when there was a 3 or 4 point run against Wright and Ignatowich at 8-6, and then they finally got the side out and still felt pretty in control. So like, nah, we don't need it. We don't need timeouts.
Well, when you're winning, it's not so bad about keeping your timeouts, but you'll rarely see a pro that loses a game or loses a match and hasn't used their timeouts. You're going to try to use them and change the momentum. If you're winning, no need to change the momentum. Longest dink exchange of the match. Good patience there. We've got just a touch of wind now coming up. I'm trying to figure out which way it's blowing. The flag is flipping. Pablo with his.
Okay, he ripped that ball.
I think that was
as hard as he could that time.
I think that was Spanish for Andiamo.
That's a shame. I mean, that's a great first drive with the spin on it. Got it up high enough, just happened to miss it.
6-8-2. I think it was the shot they wanted, just didn't convert.
You see a player moving. I mean, that's a smart shot. Took a little something off of it, but he sees Vea's moving his feet and he went right at him. It's very, very difficult to hit a ball when your feet are moving.
Alshon and Arnold have dominated the first game, but need to close it out. You don't want to dominate a game like they have here and then lose the game. 9-6-1.
It's like that skidded just a little bit off the line.
Like it might have hit right on the tee there. 9-6-2. I think this is a big point. I think you really want to convert here if you're Alshon and Arnold. 10-6. They didn't want that
and
to
no
go.
timeout. You're right. Still, no timeouts here.
They didn't want that to go back to Tellez and Staksrud at 6-8. Oh, that's long, and that is the game 1-2. Alshon and Arnold. It looked like Tellez and Staksrud were climbing back into it, but couple of net chords, couple of little bit loose shots, and game 1 goes to the 6th seed.
Well, Federico Staksrud living down in Naples, Florida. Beautiful Naples, Florida. U.S. Open is held the end of April every year.
You got an event coming up with World Team Pickleball, Laura. What's going on with that?
We are bringing World Team Pickleball back, finally. We actually originated in 2015. World Team Pickleball is a tournament strictly for amateurs. Teams of 3 men, 3 women. And you play 3 courts of doubles at the same time. Men's, women's, and mixed will be held October 24 through 27 in beautiful Knoxville, Tennessee in October. So you got the Tennessee River, the mountains, the fall foliage. It's absolutely a spectacular time of year.
Is there a website for that?
WorldTeamPickleball.com.
There you go. And it looks like we're getting ready for game 2. Game 1 has gone to Alshon and Arnold. Alshon to start us off in game 2. We'll see what adjustments Staksrud and Tellez make here in game 2.
Oh, there we go. We're at 2.
We're at 2. We're at 2. I don't know again if we're going to hit the over on if we have just a 2-setter, but we'll see.
Oh, what a pretty shot.
Oh wow. Somebody's on a run there.
He's in a groove. He's in a zone. Could be getting there. Something Jim, I love about these guys on this end. We're down here on the end with Arnold and Alshon is they communicate every point. Every single point. It is not overrated. Communication is huge.
Yeah, Alshon and Arnold certainly seem hopped up, certainly with good energy. With Julian, there is always the danger of getting a little overheated emotionally, and he tends to miss a few shots when he gets that way. He needs to stay in control.
Yep, took a little bit off of that drive that time.
A couple of beautiful shots there, but
yeah, nice shot.
Then missed the dink.
Got it back at his back foot as he was moving forward. Got that ball behind him.
That was a nice serve return there by Julian. I don't know if you could see it at home, but that serve of Tellez really hopped up as the Vulcan ball tends to do, and Julian adjusted nicely. Did a very good serve return.
It was such a great return that the miscommunication. Here I'm talking about them communicating. They had miscommunication on who was covering what. They got lucky.
Helicopter flying over us. A little bit of noise there. I think it's on its way to Iran. Oh,
what a get. What a get. That's just called get the paddle down, open the face of the paddle, and swing up. And
oh, that was a little high.
Well, it helps when you're 6'2" as well. The reach.
I think that caught Pablo in the left ear.
6'2" and 23 years old. Quick reach and smart.
We're 3-1-1.
So they questioned, there was no call made here.
Alshon and Arnold were unsure. Referee said it was out. Staksrud not at all happy with it. I think he's complaining that she sort of volunteered the call. I'm not even sure they asked. But in any event.
Right now, that's textbook. Shake and bake.
Alshon showing.
Drive, poach, and rip it home.
Alshon showing great quickness, length. Gets a low 5 from Leigh Waters.
Leigh Waters is also an excellent pickleball player. I don't know if she's playing a whole lot anymore. I don't know. She may be. But mother of Anna Leigh, won national title with Anna Leigh. I believe Anna Leigh was 14 at the time in Indian Wells.
Well, Leigh Waters not just a good player, but she knows her pickleball. She's done commentary from time to time. If you've ever had the pleasure of hearing her do commentary, she's very good at it. She's very good analytically. She knows her pickleball, so if you're gonna have somebody on the sideline talking to you, that's a good person to have. Tellez and Staksrud do not look like they have anybody on their sideline coaching. Alshon and Arnold are excited to get going. We're at 5-1-1.
I like the change.
That's a good timeout from Staksrud and Tellez, but it's not what you want to come back with out of the timeout. 6-1-1. Oh,
that's really nice.
Wow.
Really nice. I'm going to say it again. I'm one of these, I'm very anal on mechanics of strokes too, but if you notice in his hand how that paddle drops down below the wrist, that's where he gets the top spin from to come up on the underside of the ball.
Yeah, that's where I would have preferred to see Julian just, instead of running around the forehand and driving it, just hit a simple backhand drop. Stay in the point.
Julian hung back a little bit on that one. He was thinking Alshon was going to put it away again. He got caught.
Alshon, a good example of players who start off being highly skilled at singles, learn the doubles game, and I don't think anybody in the world says Christian Alshon's a singles specialist anymore. Very talented doubles player now. Good role model for the tennis players coming over.
Wow. I mean, they kicked this into another whole gear.
Nice power there from Julian. Again, all four of these players with tremendous power. You're not going to get away with leaving a ball up.
But you can see how focused the two of these are. Just the body language with their tapping paddles. They can feel it.
7-2-1.
A little bit of the Spanish back at his compadre there.
What a point.
Holy cow. Just some absolute great defense from these guys. Keeping those balls in play, making them take another shot.
Tellez and Staksrud having a little bit of trouble converting points here. Yep, And just when I say that.
All right, mark one down for you, Jim. One wrong.
They should thank me for that.
That's only one.
Really good eye there from Christian Alshon. 7-3-1.
That's one I think he would want back right there. He knows that was not a good decision on that shot.
Yeah, I'd like to see Julian drop there and not drive.
I tell you what, the hands.
A shot by Christian Alshon. I don't know if you can appreciate that watching on TV, but watching it from 15 feet away, that is amazing. Julian wondering if that might have been going long. 3-8-1. Staksrud and Tellez desperately need a run here.
There you go. Got into the point. I tell you what, I mean, I'm looking at the odds here. Not about who wins the match, but again, when they put that ball into the kitchen, into the point, they're actually having great success at winning those rallies.
What a block there from Alshon.
Oh.
All respect for you, call that out. You did not see it out. You're calling it out because of that ball. The ball was flat on the line.
Wow.
How do we not have challenges? We don't have any challenges.
They challenged that call.
Quite a controversy here. Julian thought it was easily in. Tellez called it out. We don't have the best angle here, but it certainly looked in to me.
I think most of the people here in the crowd who were right on the line all thought it was good as well.
Looks like the fans who are on the line looking down the line thought it was in as well. Julian going a little bit over the top and saying to Pablo, I lose all respect for you if you call that out. That's a little strong. But
well, he's challenging. He says, you know, you just called it out because the last call got called out over here. But
I think Julian might have been working the ref there a little bit. You know. 4-8-2. Tellez with some beautiful backhand volleys. Tellez with a superb backhand volley. Watch how far out in front of his body he hits the ball.
What a serve. What a serve and a return. That is one tough serve. That serve hit 1 foot, maybe a foot at the most, inside of that line with a high kick on it. The wind maybe held it back a little bit.
I was wondering if Tellez thought it was going to go long. I thought the wind helped slightly. Staksrud adjusting. Alshon looking again for the backhand poach, and Staksrud said, no, I'm going to hit a little more cross court.
That was maybe just a little bit greedy on that shot. Probably not the best choice. They're up though. He knows he's going for it.
Close call there on the sideline. I guess Christian conceded it was out.
5-8. Now 6-8.
6-8.
Yep, little things.
Got to be very careful here if you're Alshon and Arnold. You've pretty much dominated the match. You let game 2 slip away, then it's all even. There's a timeout right away by Julian Arnold.
This is a good call. This is a good call. You can feel the momentum shifting and it's slipping a little bit. So cut that momentum, takes the timeout.
A little bit of yapping between the players.
Well, he's still talking to the referee right now, going at the ref.
Tellez still not happy with that overrule.
You know, and something I think, you know, Jim, gym class.
Yeah.
Something I think down the road. I mean, if we're going to see referees up in higher chairs, up where you can see the line bettors, we're going to have line judges. At some point, we're going to be able to afford line judges on these matches. You know, and great. I mean, bless their hearts. I give hats off and kudos to anybody who comes out and referees these matches. It's not an easy job at all. You know, on that same note, though, until maybe we get some people that are, you know, 40, 45 and younger, also our eyes are totally different. 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Well, pickleball's evolved. We get 2 referees now per court. We used to have 1. I think eventually we'll have Hawkeye technology or something like it to be electronic line calls. We've got it on center court with the reviews. I think the next step will be to have that on every grandstand court at each tournament.
That last shot by Julian Arnold, just a smart read. He takes the ball, sees the paddle to the inside of the court, takes the ball to the upper chest of Mr. Staksrud.
Looks like the player's questioning the position. $7-8-2. I think this is a big point. I don't, if I'm Alshon and Arnold, I don't want to let my opponents have the momentum, the feel of catching up.
Oh.
And they do catch up. 8-8-2. We are knotted at 8.
We got ourselves a match now, and the momentum has totally shifted. What a shot.
Alshon with great reactions to adjust on that volley, but couldn't quite get enough mustard on it, allowing Staksrud to convert a forehand. And 9-8-2. Oh, that was a big forehand, and Staksrud knew it. He wanted that one. That was a big shot. Would have given him a couple of game points. Instead, it's 8-9.
They need one right here. They need 1 point to kind of get that groove back.
Oh. Was that an Aniyama? I thought we heard one. I thought we heard one, which would be number 5, so the over is cash their ticket.
That was going out. He saved him. That time he let it go.
What a duck by Staksrud. Tremendous athleticism to get out of the way of that ball. That was a pretty good shot by Julian, just a little deep. Again, probably a little too much mustard on it. 9-9-2. Arnold knows this is a really, really big point. Every point's big, but this is especially big. It's the biggest point of the match until the next point, which will then be the biggest point of the match. Likely to be followed by the biggest point of the match. No, but really, really, really crucial. I mean, you can see the players are feeling it.
Yep, this is crunch time. This is
when you see who can respond to pressure and.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's just a phenomenal shot right down at Alshon's feet.
Yeah. Got the third a little high, and Tellez, that great backhand volley out in front of his body. 9-9-1. Oh.
Rare mistake.
A mistake, and suddenly it's game point 10-9-1.
This is a good call.
Tellez and Staksrud. If you're Tellez and Staksrud and you win this game, you got to feel pretty good. You've been outplayed, but you'll be all even.
Absolutely, got their chances. See what they do off this third shot. That's the critical shot right now. Anytime you're at crunch time, I don't know, this is just my opinion, but you're at crunch time, and it's called you play basic pickleball. This is not the time to go for big serves, not the time to go for big returns or fancy shots. You play the smartest shot.
I expect to see a drive here from Staksrud and Tellez, and
Especially if they're crossing. They may be crossing here.
And then maybe a shake and bake type move, a power move, trying to put this one away. Ooh, not sure that wasn't going long. 10-9-2.
Let's see if they drive through the middle here.
Ooh, tape.
That's I mean, I hate to say, Jim, that's a very low percentage shot. Going cross court angle, highest part of the net, could have even gone out. And they're switching, they're crossing. He's driven that thing right through the middle to their backhands.
Oh.
It's good.
That was something.
That
was
is
something.
the point of the match.
I've got to applaud that one. What a point.
That's called defense.
Just unbelievable defense by Alshon Arnold. Just to stay alive in the point was amazing. But then the control on the drop and be able to get to the net, and then the patience to initiate dinks and wait for a spot.
Keeping these balls in play.
Look out. Ten, 2.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a sneaky little speed up by Julian Arnold. I think everybody here was expecting a soft, safe dink, letting everybody get back in position. Instead, he sort of took it out of his pocket, and a match point is earned.
Did you see the ball curve?
What a hook shot backhand from Julian Arnold on match point to win.
Did you see that ball curve from this angle?
Yeah, I don't know if that came across at home, but that's, I don't know if SportsCenter will put that in the top 10, but if you play pickleball, you would know how incredibly difficult that shot is. To be able to hit a backhand and to angle it back into the court. I mean, you can do it off the forehand, but to do it off the backhand, I think it caught Tellez by surprise. I know it caught me by surprise.
I think it caught everybody. I mean, most of the time, even on backhand, people come to the outside of the ball hitting a topspin, and he didn't. He came to the outside and changed his paddle and went into a slice.
Oh, I'm telling you
that. And curved that back into the court. Oh,
I mean, and what a time for it. It's not just the greatness of the shot, but the greatness of the shot at the moment that it's done. If it's 4-2 in the first game and you do that shot, it's a tremendous shot. Right. You do that on game point in such a tight match where you feel the point is coming back on match point, and to convert it to win, I can't say enough about what a great shot that is. That's as good as it gets. I hope everybody at home appreciated that match.
And you love it. You just love seeing this. The kids wanting the autographs.
That was so good. I think I want their autograph after that one. They're good friends of mine. What a match, though. Next match is number 3 seed Matt Wright and James Ignatowich against number 5 seed Tyson McGuffin and Dekel Bar. So we're going to go from one tremendous match to another tremendous match. But what a shot by Julian Arnold. I got to give him a high five as he leaves the court. One of the best shots you will ever see, especially on match point and the pressure of it. But what a match here on the Grandstand court. And we're going to go to commercial here from the PPA Desert Ridge Open in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona.
Becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Great things happen when good friends get together. So grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
Bring it on!
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Wherever you are on your pickleball journey, our experts are here to help.
Yeah, I bet on myself.
That's easy. I play longer, I feel stronger, and I recover faster.
It's a must, it's effective, and it's stylish.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
The Veolia Desert Ridge Open is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate, the exclusive mortgage partner of the PPA Tour. By Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts. By Range, clean energy for everyone. By Select Medical, the exclusive physical therapy partner of the PPA Tour. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by Skechers, conquer the court in comfort.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variants.
Welcome back to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open here on Grandstand Court. Our next match coming up is Thomas Wilson and Riley Newman against Zane Navratil and Eric Lang. Yes, I tried both.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
And welcome back to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open from the JW Marriott here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Jim Koss with bringing you action from the Grandstand Court. We've got a quarterfinal match here between the number 2 seed Thomas Wilson and Riley Newman and the number 12 seed Zane Navratil and Eric Lang. We've got first game action here. It's my pleasure to be joined for this match on the commentary with guest commentator, pickleball superstar, none other than Connor Garnett. Connor, how are you?
Doing well here. You know, this is a great match. Excited to see Riley and Thomas kind of get into that partnership. And Zane and Eric had a great battle with Hayden and Callan earlier, so this is some exciting pickleball here.
Absolutely. We've just had one great match after another. We saw you in action earlier, both in singles and mixed and then men's. Some great play all around from people. We're at 6-2-2, Riley Newman serving. Up to you. One thing we noticed with these players, Connor, that I'm sure you can comment on, we've got Riley Newman just recently announcing he's going with a Pro XR paddle. Looks like he's using Zane Navratil signature there, and of course, believe it or not, Zane seems to be using a Zane Navratil signature. I know you're with Pro XR. What do you think about those paddles?
Yeah, you know, the Pro XR paddle has been doing some great work for Zane. Excited to have Riley on the team. He's playing well with it, and you know, it's a great paddle. Love it. The company's been doing really well. They just acquired Paddle Tech as well, so Christian is pseudo on the team as well, so a lot of players are kind of getting on that train.
Well, I've used it myself, and it is an excellent paddle. Great feel and a little bit of pop. It's, you know, some paddles I think are more oriented toward feel, some maybe more toward power. I think that Pro XR paddle is an example of a paddle that can do the job both ways.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's got some great control. As you can see, Zane getting it to dip a little bit there on Thomas with that Pro XR paddle.
Yeah, one of the things we've seen with paddle technology recently, in a very recent time, is you know, and I wrote an article about this on pickleball.com, whoa, great shot there by Zane. The development of topspin in pickleball, if you go back, say, 5 years and watch a pickleball match, there wasn't that much topspin. Now, I know in your own game, you employ just constant topspin.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the paddle technology, and coming from tennis, you don't really realize what you can't do. And so a lot of the new players to the game don't have these limits until you see they bring in the topspin and the top players follow suit and start to implement it themselves.
There you see the power that these players can get on the ball. Riley Newman with a great counter. We see Riley playing a little bit more right side. This is something newer to their partnership. Riley, obviously a great left side player. I've often thought that if he wanted to do it, Riley could be the best right side player in the game.
Yeah, Riley with the backhand in the middle is definitely something that he can really create a lot with. So he's one of the few players who's able to do well on both sides.
Riley with a little bit of an unusual grip. Don't try this at home, but if you want to try the Riley Newman grip, basically put the paddle on a table and then just grab it. And you'll end up with, I guess I'd call it maybe a semi-Western.
Yeah, kind of that pancake semi-Western.
I think if I use that grip, my wrist would break playing pickleball. Ball was out. I know you've got a signature paddle there with Pro XR. Connor, is there a difference between your signature paddle and the Zane signature paddle?
Very similar to the Zane paddle, a little bit different colorway, and I think this year you're going to see Pro XR come out with a few different variations on the signature paddles just to add a little bit more variety with the pace and the shape of the ball. Wow, that's a great poke by Eric there.
I know you like to use a two-hand backhand. Do you like? Do you have a longer grip on it, or you just overlap?
Longer grip. I mean, that's one of the nicest things about it is that 6-inch handle gives you the real estate for both hands to get on that paddle and really get the dip. That's a great drive.
That was a great drive, and Thomas handled it, but couldn't handle the next one. I mean, that's another development we've seen in pickleball in the recent years is the prevalence of the two-hand backhand. I don't think I saw too many backhands when I started in pickleball about now it's getting more than a dozen years ago, but I did see too many two-hand backhands now, and now we see two-hand backhand all over the place. What advantages do you think that two-hander gives you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two-hander gives you a lot more angle and control. I'll put my left finger on the back of the paddle, so I'm a right-handed player, and that left hand gives me a little bit more control and ability to get around the ball. And you'll see there's just more shape where the one-hander is a little bit more of a punch. Wow.
Riley with excellent footwork set up that around the post.
Yeah, really good awareness.
One of the things you want to do if you're doing around the post is patience, which you'll see the pros do that amateurs may not do with around the post. Amateurs so often hit that shot. They do an ITP rather than ATP and hit it into the post. What you really want to do is have patience. Wait for that ball. Let it get down around your ankle or so. And then you've got a lot better angle and can shape the ball, curve it a little bit, put it in that back corner. And Newman Wilson close out game one fairly easily. Move on to game two, see what adjustments Zane and Eric can make to try to get back in it. Connor, if you were a coach here and you wanted to get them back in game two, what advice would you have for them about how to perhaps not a lot of weaknesses on that other side, but what are your thoughts on maybe a way to come at Thomas and Riley?
Yeah, I really liked when Eric was getting his flick involved. He was getting that down in the middle and was having some success there with that. But it's a fast-paced game now, so I think slowing it down, figuring out kind of those key attack points and those patterns is going to be really key for the second set.
I think one of the things we've seen more is a lot less third shot drop, a lot more third shot drive, fifth shot drop. I know you employ a lot of third shot drive. What's your thought on driving versus dropping with that third shot? Are you really using the drive to try to force the point, or are you using to set up a better fifth shot drop?
Yeah, I think it's player dependent, but definitely that third shot drive can really set you up to have an easier fifth shot, or if someone doesn't handle the pace well, I use it a lot in mix to set it up. But that's kind of a great example there where if you don't get that drive low, you run the risk of really getting exploited with a high volley put away.
Well, all the players now are so good at countering, defense. Not so much if Eric Lang gets a ball in his wheelhouse, though. All these players with tremendous power. Paddle doesn't hurt. And you get the ball up, it's probably over. Zane probably with a little bit of a flick there that was a little too low for that. 1-0-2.
Great pressure by Thomas there, kind of getting a little closer to the middle, giving Eric a little bit extra to think about there.
Definitely the shake and bake, a big part of pro pickleball now.
Yeah, especially with this new ball, we're seeing a lot of driving on the thirds and really baking that, and it puts so much pressure on that first volley. If you don't hit a deep enough return, you get in a lot of trouble. And
yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Connor. I definitely wanted to ask you. Again, Jim Kloss here with Connor Garnett. Connor, what are your thoughts? I know we switched, PPA Tour switched from the Dura to the Vulcan ball starting January 1st. What do you see as the differences now with the Vulcan?
Yeah, I think the Vulcan ball is a little bit lighter than the Dura, so you can get away with a little bit worse speed ups, and you can get a lot more spin on it. So you'll see on the drops, there's less flat drops now and more topspin and slice drops. So just a more shapy ball. So those players that hit with spin are going to like it a little bit more, and the more fundamental players, I think, have to adapt a little bit with the ball.
I think the one thing we've seen, just to my
wow.
Great move there by Zane, hitting it behind Riley. I think Riley was expecting middle, trying to do a little bit of a poachy and got caught. I think one thing we've seen is the reaction of the ball on the serve. Sometimes it seems to hop up, other times it seems to stay down low, and we've seen sometimes you guys are so good, but every once in a while you look a little bad sometimes where the ball, it seems like you expect it to come up knee high and it stays down ankle high, or you expect it to be knee high and it hops up kind of waist high.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think we saw that a little bit on that shot right there, where the return has now become a lot more difficult, and it's more prevalent in singles too. You can even see those players with the bigger serves really get that advantage of those bounces here and there that aren't 100% true.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. We saw, I was watching an earlier match where Dekel, Bar and Tyson McGuffin were playing, and they pretty much won the match off the serve. They forced so many service errors. Look at the defense from Wilson and Newman.
Oh wow,
That's
a great lead.
They really earned that point. Riley and Thomas giving each other a good, well-deserved paddle tap. Eric Lang hit the ball about, I think it was about 300 miles an hour, but it still came back. These pros are so good with their touch and feel.
Big serve by Thomas right there.
Wow. The speed and the counters.
Yeah, that was a great attack by Zane, but Thomas really read it well, slid over, and was able to keep them in the point there.
Again, the defense by Thomas Wilson, getting 2 balls back that mere mortals would not have gotten back. If you get the ball back, you always have a chance to win. Not that time.
Third time's the charm for Eric there. He found Thomas's feet, got it to bounce a little deeper, and had some success there.
Not something you want to see there. Miss serve return, miss serve. Zane serving at 3-6-1 here in game 2, now 4-6-1. Zane known for a very good serve. Obviously he was the master of the chainsaw serve back in the day, but that's been outlawed, but he still gets some good power behind it. I noticed, Connor, that the players have a little bit of difficulty here on Grandstand court with the room behind the baseline here on the south side. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to our point earlier just about the ball. The more you can get behind it and get a little extra space, the easier that return is going to be. And so having to short hop it with some of these massive serves that are coming in, it makes it difficult. That's some great hands.
Just unbelievable hands by all 4 players. Quick timeout there from Riley Newman, what we've started to call the walk-off timeout. Where did that start, Connor? I always learned you're supposed to either say timeout or maybe give it a T signal with the hands. You guys, you pros seem to think the walk-off, you know, you sort of walk to the bench with a disgusted look on your face and the ref's supposed to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think in my matches, I'll always give the little T sign, but you get the point across when you're angrily hustling over to that bench to regroup and figure out the next best plan of attack.
I think the referees figured it out when the person stomping off has just lost 3 points in a row.
Yeah, no, it's interesting here. Zane has been doing a good job of finding Thomas. Even though Thomas has been sliding, Zane had some success there again with going to Thomas's left hip and jamming him there. So we'll see if they continue to do that and what Riley and Thomas are going to be able to do to change that pattern up.
Well, that's a good point. One of the things I always talk about is finding a target on your opponent. Not everybody's the same. I mean, you start out a lot of times going for that sort of chicken wing spot along the right side, right hip, right elbow area. But some players are very good countering at that spot. So find your spot.
Yeah, and keep adjusting, because some players will start making changes and covering a different spot, so being aware of how the match changes and what players' tendencies are.
I think one thing we certainly see more of. Wow. Losing my thought, these shots are so good.
Wow.
Just wow. I mean, tremendous shots here by Newman and Wilson, and all it earned them was losing a point. But I think we've seen the prevalence more of players seem to be sliding right and countering backhand rather than relying on the forehand.
Wow, that's a huge drive there. You see some of these paddles now too with drive, just the pace of the drive just becoming too much to handle at the net.
Eric Lang, obviously a big man, gets quite a bit of power behind the ball. Riley Newman says, enough of that. I can play with a little power too, with a great counter setting himself up.
Yeah, that was a great read and a nice burst by Riley there.
Thomas Wilson serving at 6-8-1. If you're Newman and Wilson, you probably feel like you've dominated most of this match. You do not want to let game 2 get away to anything can happen game 3.
It's a great spot, catching him in transition, and you see a lot of times there when players move up too quickly, they expose themselves going right at them. Wow. That's just Riley getting gritty there. I don't think he had any business winning that point, but he just kept making balls over, and Eric definitely felt the presence there.
8-8-2. This has a feel of a big point. Riley seemed like he was earning the net there, but Zane with kind of a tomahawk backhand, the great angle, put it away. Lang now serving at 8-8-1. Oh, a loose return from Thomas. Gives him 9-8-1. You don't want to give him a game point here.
I think they want that one back.
Tremendous athleticism by Zane getting to that shot. Did a good job of calling that he was taking it, so his partner knew, Lang knew to switch sides, but Eric couldn't convert. It sort of looked like it might have been long. No call though. Tremendous shot there from Eric Lang, great angle, and that earns him a game point at 10-8-2. Riley with the walk-off timeout, as we call it. And it's kind of been a theme this week with timeouts. Pros we see use their timeouts. Can't take them home, can't sell them. Refs won't give you anything for them at the end of the game. Connor, what's kind of your philosophy with taking timeouts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and you have a lot of different philosophies. You have some players who don't take timeouts just to not show weakness at times, and you have some players that take timeouts a lot and really make sure they use them. I like to usually keep one in the bank and find one once I feel like the momentum's getting a little bit away from me. And then in singles, sometimes the offensive timeout is one of the most underrated timeouts, where having that game plan here to figure out where you're going to hit this ball and execute the plan when you do have that game point.
Zane serving at 10-8-2.
Wow.
That's an out ball, but pretty hard to get out of the way for anybody, especially when you're 6'5" or whatever Eric is, 6'6".
Ooh.
Thomas had his chance there. They'd work their way in.
I think a little bit of indecision there. I think he thought Riley was going to take that one and was just a hair late on that backhand. Eric's reach in the kitchen has just made it so tough for Thomas and Riley to get in here as well.
Yeah, I think Eric can probably touch the net and not have a kitchen fault. Zane and Eric with a couple of game points here. Looking to even things up, and they convert the first one. And we are tied at a game apiece. We're going to go to game 3. You have to feel like, Connor, you have to feel like the momentum shifted here a little bit.
Yeah, I think Eric and Zane have done a good job here of really getting into the patterns they want and making sure that they're attacking on the right ball, and they've found some success with that. It's been a little bit less just hands battles and a little bit more of them holding that kitchen line and setting up the dinks, which has been impressive to see.
Definitely been a good display of power here. A lot of hard drives, a lot of aggressive play at the kitchen line. Not too many long dink points.
Yeah, and I think with the conditions, there's a little bit of wind, and as that happens, you start to lean into the drives and the hands as opposed to that feel, just as it gets tougher and tougher with higher velocity of wind.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is probably coming from the south to the north here, so Zane and Eric will be with the wind. Connor, it's Jim Kloss again here with Connor Garnett. Connor, what's your thoughts on wind? If there is, and nobody likes wind, but if you have to play in the wind, do you prefer going downwind or against the wind?
It's a great question. In our mixed day yesterday, Elise and I were playing together, and we were pretty sure we wanted to finish with the wind, but in our first match found that depending on how it's swirling, sometimes you want to start against the wind. And so really the difference is when you're against the wind, you can drive and you don't have to worry about it going out, but in the hands battles, you're going to be a little bit slower, and you can also leave some and they're probably going to go out, or you can have that wind behind you and now you're just going to overpower your opponent. So it's a little bit of a personal preference and depends on the matchup as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Sometimes I find like if it's a low wind, low speed wind, I like to be against the wind and have it sort of knock my drops down effectively, whereas if it's a stronger wind, it's just sometimes too hard to overcome hitting against the wind. So I prefer to be downwind if it's really windy, and then just try to hit the ball at medium speed, and the wind will turn it into a deep shot.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, especially with the wind reaching into that kitchen becomes something that people will think they have a sitter and they're not going to be able to get it just because that wind's blowing it a little further into the kitchen.
A quick 2-0 lead here for Wilson and Newman. I think Riley hit an out ball there. He thinks so too.
Yeah, and you can kind of see Thomas and Riley are getting back into that first strike aggressive style that got them that first game, and I think that's probably what they were saying on the bench is as they lose one of those as well. So we'll see if they continue.
It's a nice shake and bake there from Lang and Navratil, getting to 1-2-1. I think that was a good example there of the third shot drive being used to set up an easier fifth shot drop. Lang hit a good drive, and then he got a ball back that was a lot easier to handle and was able to hit a very good controlled third shot. We're 2-2-2.
Great action on that drive there. Thomas was moving back, and so his weight shift wasn't able to go into the ball and have some pace behind it.
Well, Riley, obviously a great player. One thing sometimes he does is he leaves his serve returns a little short off the forehand. He tends not to use heavy topspin on his serve returns, tends to more push the ball, and sometimes when he pushes it, he leaves it a little short, and it's got a little bit of underspin on it, so you can attack it pretty effectively.
Yeah, that left hip, Zane, has been going at a lot from both sides on Thomas.
Three, 2-1. Navratil and Lang with a small lead here. I think the side that Lang and Navratil are on right now, again, it's slightly downwind for them. I think that's the better side. It was certainly the better side yesterday. Excellent point there. Long, big exchange. Good hand battle at the end.
Yeah, great hands by Riley with Thomas with that power on the finish. A well-constructed point there.
Thomas to serve at 2-3-1. Well, 3-3-1. We'll see if either team can go for a run, or was this going to be another 11-9, 12-10 battle? Good drive there from Thomas Wilson, earns them a 4-3-1 lead.
Great spot by Zane there, really finding the middle. Both players were thinking he was going to their wings, and down the middle solves the riddle.
I thought he was going cross court myself. So that was very well disguised. That right there is classic Riley Newman. Good drive off the backhand and a pancake to put it away.
And just like that, Newman and Wilson have a 3-point lead on the cross.
Yeah, this is the type of match where you don't want to make those kind of silly errors, missing a serve or missing a serve return. It's just you miss a serve return, you're just gifting your opponents a point. And as I pointed out, the math shows if you gift them a point, you're not just gifting them 1 point. You are gifting them a point and the right to serve again, which translates into at this level, a serve is worth, not to get too far into the weeds of the math, but a serve is worth about 0.8 of a point. So if you miss a serve return, you don't just give the other team 1 point, you give them 1.8 points, because the likelihood is that they can turn that serve into 0.8 of a point. They can either win another point or even go on a run sometimes of 2 or 3 points. So it's a lot to give away. You can turn just 2 missed serve returns, turn an 11-9 win into an 11-9 loss. Riley had his shot there. That's what he wants. That pancake.
It almost looked like Riley opened up the bait ball there to try and get that high pancake forehand, but just not able to execute.
Timeout here from Zane and Eric.
I like that timeout there. They just fended off a run. They haven't been able to get a ton of points on their serve, so regrouping here, figuring out exactly their play, and kind of taking that offensive timeout, which we don't see a ton, but I think is a very underrated timeout in pickleball.
Yeah, Connor, you mentioned that earlier about an offensive timeout, which I think is a really good point. I know myself in my tournament matches, sometimes I use it just to get my mind settled. We might have just earned the serve back for a side out. We might be up 10-8 or something, want to close out the match. Just clear your mind, focus, be able to think about, what do I want to do on the next point? How do I want to construct it? Do I want to drop? Do I want to drive? Do I want to go to cross court? Which opponent do I want to go to? It's often not used for that. Interestingly here, Navratil and Lang have switched sides. Wilson hit an out ball there. Hard to hold back, of course. Four, 6-1.
Looks like the timeout paid off.
Riley with a nice serve return. They kind of had a bad bounce, one of those bounces where it just didn't seem to come up. Fought it off, stayed alive, and converted. So Connor, you mentioned earlier a good point about Zane in particular aiming at Thomas's right hip. If somebody's doing that to you, what adjustments can be made to take care of that and protect yourself?
Yeah, so I think you've seen Thomas slide to the two-y, which is one of my favorite shots. He'll be able to get a lot more punch behind it with the two-hander, or if you see it early enough, sliding to that forehand I think is the best option, but you have to be fully sure that they're going to that shot. So kind of you want to hedge and figure out what suits you best, but the forehand is definitely the optimal choice if you are confident it is going there. If you are not confident, you could end up looking a little bit silly with that by getting bagged, as we've seen a few times earlier this tournament. That drive drop by Riley there at about 50% pace is another newer shot to the game that we see utilized, where it's an aggressive shot that can get kind of down to the feet and really do some damage there, forcing the air.
Today, of course, is gender doubles day, not just men's doubles, but also women's doubles. So for those of you watching at home, our next match after this will be the number 22 seed Liz Trulock and Pirna Imperato with the difficult task of going against the number 1 seed. Some gals I think I've heard of. Connor, maybe you've heard of them. Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau.
Yeah, they ring a bell a little bit. I think together they may have went undefeated last year in women's doubles. So you know they're no slouches by any means.
Yeah, I think they have won a match or two together. Riley not liking the bounce off that serve and kind of running out of room. The fence is is it even 7 feet behind the baseline?
I think Thomas wants that one back. Took a little bit too big of a swing. Good leave by Zane and Eric there. Sometimes it's so tough to leave that ball when you're in the heat of the firefight.
Serve was very close.
And just like that, a 4-point lead is now just down to 1.
7-8-2 Zane serving. Eric Lang winning in 3 with a big comeback in the third game, down 8-4, but running off 7 points as they were able to kick the extra point off the touchdown. 7 straight. Take that one and move on. And a bit of an upset. That was a very well played match. Connor, what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, you just really got to see the power of these guys out there and the unrelenting hands battles. A lot of points were brought into those hands battles, and Eric and Zane were able to come out on the big points and really run away with it. And Thomas and Riley didn't really have a good answer there at the end.
A little surprising too that Zane and Eric were able to make that nice run at the end there off of kind of the side going into the wind.
Yeah, and that's a great point because I do think the wind had a factor there. We look at that switch, and Thomas and Riley weren't able to get too many points on that other side.
So our next match coming up, as I said, we'll switch to women's doubles with Imperato and True Luck trying to press their luck as a 22 seed against Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau, who I think have won, what is it, Connor, the last 279 matches in a row or something like that?
Something like that. They had a very impressive year last year together, and they're looking to keep it rolling this year with 1 gold medal down, 25 or something like that to go.
Yeah, I might be low when I say it's 279 matches in a row. It might be 2,790 in a row or something like that. They seem to be on an unstoppable run, and we'll see if True Luck and Imperato can change things. But we'll go to a commercial break and then come back to the 2024 PPA tournament here at Desert Ridge.
The Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder. Why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same. But not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new, completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But where was I really going?
Oh, the depth of this man.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Yeah. Where you gonna go, Tom? Where you gonna go? Spin that wheel. Looks like you are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby. Let's go, Tom. They got mountains and, more mountains. Let's go.
What is happening here?
Who's next?
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Leigh, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Leigh to have something safe. Leigh has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Leigh.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
And welcome back to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open here at the JW Marriott from Phoenix, Arizona. We're here at Grandstand Court. I'm Jim Kloss, joined by pickleball superstar Connor Garnett. We have the honor of having him sit in with us for a few matches. We've got some round of 16 action here on the women's side this time. Number 22 seed Liz Trulock and Pirna Imperato. And they have the easy task of taking on the number 1 seeded Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau. I've heard rumors that this pair of Waters and Parenteau have won just a few tournaments in their time. Connor, how are you, and what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting match. I think Catherine and Leigh are definitely favored here, but with the conditions, it's a little windy, and this team likes to drive a little bit and get gritty, so I think they can definitely go on a few runs here, and hopefully we'll see a good match out here.
Excellent try there by Imperato. Didn't quite get it over. Connor, as you mentioned, a little bit of wind. It looks like from the flags, though, I can't tell which way it was going. Before it was going toward the Parenteau water side. Now it seems to be almost flipping around.
Yeah, on this grandstand court, it's a little bit gusty, making it important to really feel the way the wind is blowing on your body during the point as well.
There are wind screens around, which I think adds to the kind of the swirly nature of the wind on this court. Big forehand there from Leigh. For those of you out there that are big pickleball fans, I've mentioned it before, but it's worth mentioning again. I'd recommend going back and re-watching the live stream from yesterday's mixed doubles. There was a round of 16 match between Ben Johns and Leigh Waters and Pablo Tellez and Wright, where Wright and Tellez fought back to earn a game 3 and fought back in game 3 to earn 2 match points, neither of which they could convert. But it was one of the best. I've seen a few pro pickleball matches in my time. That was one of the best matches I have ever seen. Just tremendous play by all 4 players, especially by Pablo Tellez. All the matches I've seen from him is probably the best I've ever seen him play. It's worth the replay. Point. 2 lobs there from the 22 seed, both of which were pretty good lobs, but Waters and Parenteau fought them off. Connor, I know all the matches I've seen you play. I'm not sure I've ever seen you lob. What do you think of lobs?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a skill that you see some of the more seniored pickleball players utilize it. When you're in the heat of the battle, the lob is definitely not the first shot on someone's mind, but it's a great change of pace. A lot of times when you do get in those firefights, you see players leaning in, so being able to mix in the lob is definitely very effective. You just have to be a little bit careful with the wind.
Senior players, what does that mean? Us old guys? Is that what you're saying?
More experienced.
More experienced, yeah. Well, I definitely think the lob is an underutilized feature of women's doubles as well. I think you're right that the senior game, it's a little bit easier to lob us old guys.
Yeah, and I think you see it as just like the more experienced players, like you see a Collin Dawson who utilizes the lob very well with his clubby hands and then changes it up to just add some more variety. And in mixed doubles, there's some success as well when someone's trying to over cover the middle as well.
I really like to see the lob used in the dink game. I think it's a very especially effective shot from the right side player lobbing cross court. You can lob over the opposing right side player's backhand side, not have to get an overhead in your face.
Yeah, and I think to that point too, the left side player typically has worse options for the lob. So you'll see the right side player use it more. And reason being is because when you're on that left side, if you lob down the line or middle, that goes to either the person in front of you or the person cross court's forehand overhead. So there's a lot of opportunity to get punished for that, assuming your opponents are both right-handed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I don't favor the lob nearly as much as I'm playing a lefty-righty combo where they've got both forehand overheads up the middle. Very hard to lob over their backhand side. Oh, nice shot there from Parenteau. Very well played point there by Catherine Parenteau.
Catherine has the forehand misdirect with that volley out of the air that's very deceptive, giving this team a lot of trouble.
Nice little shake and bake there from Waters and Parenteau. Nice 9-1 lead here in game 1 for Waters and Parenteau, looking in complete control. Very tough team to beat. So Connor, it's impossible question to answer, but I get the fun of asking a question. You have to have the task of answering it. What do you do against Parenteau and Waters?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Putting me on the spot there. I like a challenge. I would say you
other than breaking somebody's ankle and forcing them to withdraw, you can't use that as an answer.
That was going to be number one. Number two is going to be just get really loud and get them flustered. But I think the real answer is you gotta do something different. I think once Catherine and Annalie get in those firefights, they have a ton of power, but getting them kind of crossed in the middle, slowing it down, and then employing some of those things like the lob and just really adding in some variety to the game is going to be how you handle that.
10-1-1, a quick game point here.
Oh.
Nice shot there by Imperato.
Looked like a little bit of a right on the line. Great ball there.
Problem is all it does is earn you a half side out. And then that's one thing you can't afford playing players like Waters and Parenteau. You cannot afford loose shots. They put so much pressure on you. They win so many shots with their talent, but to hand them points is making an impossible task more impossibler, if that was ever a word.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you are playing a team like this, I don't know if True Luck and Imperato have faced them before, but you get a little bit intimidated by seeing the one next to their names and try and do a little too much, causing a few more errors. And so making sure that you do play within yourself is such a key aspect of playing those top teams when you are coming onto the scene and a little newer.
Well, one other way to look at it is I know I've seen with Collin and Ben the times where they get upset early, kind of, a big upset where a 20 or a 30 seed takes them out. It's kind of been a team that plays some what I call controlled chaos, that comes out and just does some unusual, sort of unexpected things, just start firing, start speeding up in the dink game unexpectedly. They get a few net cords, which we all know is Collin Johns' favorite thing to face. Get him a little frustrated.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I mean, with all the new players coming into the game, you see a lot of trigger happy players, and so those earlier matches, you get a lot of those. And if you're playing a lot of the final matches, you don't see that as much, so you don't have as many reps.
I think one of the difficulties trying to employ sort of a controlled chaos strategy against Waters and Parenteau is I think they like it. I think Annalie likes nothing better than a ball sped up at her.
Yeah, you really want to be careful starting the firefight with these two because they handle it so well and they have so much pace behind their shots.
Parenteau super steady. I think Annalie counters so well that she can get away with initiating some speed ups that maybe are not the best in the world, just a so-so speed up, but it works because of the countering ability. We sort of saw an example there from Parenteau, maybe not the best speed up, but she's so good at the counter that it took a net cord to win the rally.
Ooh.
Nice.
Going for an ambitious shot there, Annalie. Would have been very dangerous if she made that over.
Nice control there from True Luck with a couple of nice drops.
Wow. And there, to your point, the lob really effective there at getting them up to that kitchen line. They were struggling to get in with the drop, and using that gave them that free access pass to the kitchen.
I think I'd like to see that again. Usually when you do a shot and it succeeds, you try to come back to it. If you say you drive to an opponent's backhand and they volley into the net, a lot of times you come back with another drive to the backhand just to see if it's a problem area for the other side. So often what I see is a lob will work, but people don't come back to it.
Yeah, I think the lob is definitely thought of as a defensive shot, and so using it again and again, you worry about the overhead when really you're kind of second guessing yourself, and just trusting it is a great way to give your opponents a different look.
Well, one of the points here when you're playing Parenteau and Waters is standard pickleball hasn't been working really well for anybody. So try something different.
Yeah, what do they say? The definition of insanity is doing something over and over again, expecting the same result. So let's see what they can do to make Catherine and Anna-Leigh do something different.
True Luck and Parenteau are going into the wind a little bit. The wind now seems steadier, blowing from the Parenteau Waters side. So
wow,
they can lob into the wind, got to put a little more force behind it, but the wind will act as a little bit of a backstop and keep it in.
Yeah, and that was a nice reach in by Parenteau to hit that forehand winner there at the kitchen line. And there I would have liked to see her stay and lean in a little bit. She was a half a step slow and wasn't able to take that one out of the air, getting the point for Waters and Parenteau. Wow.
Wow, what a great shot.
I would have left that one too. Too good from Catherine there.
Excellent top spin on it. And a 5-2 lead. Just has to be very, very frustrating to play against Parenteau and Waters. You play some very good pickleball. True Luck and Parenteau have hit some very nice shots, but you find yourself just down a game and down in game two, searching for something, anything that can change the momentum. Just feels like they're going uphill the whole way. Get started again here in about 10 seconds. Parenteau and Waters looking very energetic. 5-2-2. Wonderful. Backhand, shake and bake. 6-2-2. Waters and Parenteau showing a lot of flexibility, each able to play right side, left side. No need for stacking.
One of the things you'll see with these top teams like them or the Johns brothers is just this calmness despite the scoreline, and you saw True Luck and Parenteau get up a couple points in this second game and didn't change what Anna-Leigh and Catherine were doing. And it's a very important skill to have when you are on the top, to be able to have that confidence in your game to let your paddle do the talking there. So
goodbye.
Shake and bake. Dip below the net, and we are potentially 2 points away from a match here. Catherine and Anna-Leigh looking flawless in this match out here.
Absolutely. Smiling, upbeat, all the confidence in the world, and why shouldn't they be, since again they've won 9,842 straight matches or whatever it is.
This is Michael, my son.
Just very tough, very frustrating for them, trying to figure out a way to beat these two.
Yeah, in this timeout, I mean, you got to kind of give them a different look, figure out what's going on here. But Catherine and Anna-Leigh in control, going to continue driving. And I would say the only thing is being able to take that drive that they're hitting and sending it back deep is going to be what I would be trying to focus on just to start these points. And they had some success when they were reaching in the kitchen, so I'd like to see a little bit more of that here as well.
9-2-2, Waters serving, looking to close this out. They won game one already. Again, maybe not the best speed up there from Anna-Leigh, but she got away with it. They put so much pressure on the opponent, though, that they can get away with some shots that may not be the best because they're so good at countering, they're so good at offense. Even that one, True Luck hit several nice shots, but very close to Anna-Leigh putting away. And
I still like that one, though, giving them a little bit different of a look, even though they probably were in a losing position and got away with that one. Just giving Catherine and Leigh different looks, I'm all for. And same there, I like the lob. Catherine was able to handle that well, but definitely good, showing some change of strategy here.
Yeah, I like that lob too. It needed to be thrown a little bit deeper, again, recognizing they're going into the wind, and the lob definitely gets knocked down.
Yeah, and that was one of those where they went to the forehand middle of the left side player, which is a big no-no zone on the lob.
Another match point here for Waters and Parenteau, and they convert. And they will move on to the quarterfinals. I'm not sure they broke a sweat, though. Not really tested very much that match. Although they seem to be able to cruise to gold medals without being too tested. They will get the winner of the Brasha Kawamoto match in the next round. Kawamoto's having taken game 1 on that match. And Leigh Waters, kind enough to send an autograph to a fan, young fan. And so we will come back in a few minutes after this commercial break to the 2024 PPA Desert Ridge Open in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product. Made right here in the USA, each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
When the game gets intense, don't let residue ruin your play. Reset, the ultimate solution to bring back the grip, spin, and control to your carbon fiber pickleball paddle. Say goodbye to caked on gunk and slippery surfaces, and say hello to a paddle that feels brand new. Backed by science and made with love by passionate pickleball players just like you. Experience the Reset difference today. Reset. Play hard, play clean.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But where was I really going?
Oh, the depth of this man.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go. You know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Damn! Where you gonna go, Tom? Where you gonna go? Spin that wheel. Looks like you are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby! Let's go, Tom. They got mountains and, more mountains. Let's go.
What is happening here?
Who's next?
The Veolia Desert Ridge Open is brought to you by Veolia, resourcing the world. Oh Snap, the perfect snack in a snap. Stratosphere Gin elevated to new heights. Vizzy, a flavor for every vibe. Carvana, serving happiness all season long. Bear, the official wealth management partner of the PPA Tour, and Fila. To play like a pro, you need to dress like one.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy, flavor for every vibe.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. Bring it on.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
And welcome back to the 2024 Carvana PPA Desert Ridge Open here at the JW Marriott in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Jim Kloss here on Grandstand Court with pickleball superstar Connor Garnett helping us out as a guest commentator. We've got women's doubles action here. A really good and interesting match. Number 3 seeded Anna Bright and Rachel Rohrbacher against number 18 seed Mary Humberg and Tamron Emmerich. Should be an interesting match. It's been a very nice day in Phoenix. We've got a little wind coming up now. But Connor, hello, and how you doing? What do you think of this next match?
Yeah, this match is going to be an interesting one. If you've been watching Grandstand, you've seen a few great matches so far. The conditions are a little chillier right now, so it's going to even go more towards that aggressive, fast-paced pickleball, which I don't think any of these 4 ladies are strangers to. So we're going to see a lot of firefights, a lot of action, and we're definitely going to see some two-handed backhands by Rachel just cracking that ball.
I'm really looking forward to this one. Bright and Rohrbacher have been moving up. You know, they had great success at MLP together, and Rohrbacher, one of the fastest improving players on the women's side. Bright and Rohrbacher employ kind of what I've termed blast ball. We'll see if it catches on. If they were 4-0s, people would probably call them bangers, but that would be unfair to them because bangers can't control the ball. These ladies can control the ball very well. But what we see from Rohrbacher and Bright is constant pressure, drives, speed ups. We don't typically see long dink points. They're looking to pressure the opponent as soon as they can, as fast as they can, as much as they can. We'll see how Emmerich and Humberg respond to that. A little bit of background. Mary Humberg hails from Brazil and the University of Louisville, where she was a tennis player. Tamron Emmerich is from Belgium. Got as far as number 165 in the world at tennis. So obviously a lot of talent there. Humberg only has been playing pickleball for a little more than a year, so obviously made great progress to get here. And Connor, when I look out there and I look at Mary Humberg, what do I see in her hand?
You know, that's a beautiful thing you see out there. It's a classic Pro XR pickleball paddle. I would say the purple, I may be a little partial, looks a little better, but she's got a great paddle out there. It's going to give her a lot of opportunity to hit some great flicks with that, get the ball going up and down with that Pro XR paddle she's got on.
Purple? What's different about the purple Pro XR paddle?
You know, it's just a more stylish paddle from a more stylish designer. Same paddle, it's my signature paddle. Zane has one as well. Both great paddles, and Pro XR has been doing a lot of great stuff on the technology side, really pushing the limits on how much shape you can get on the ball, and you've seen a lot of players, as mentioned earlier, come over to that paddle. We just saw Riley come over to that paddle, so a lot of excitement on the Pro XR team.
I know I was told Adam Franklin of Franklin told me there's over 800 different paddle companies now. I think you know, a lot of them, without naming any names, just have sort of a generic carbon face paddle bought from the factory in China. If you go on Alibaba.com, you can look at it yourself and order yourself 500 paddles, about $27 a piece, something like that. Put your own facing on it, and boom, you're a paddle company. What's different about a company like Pro XR?
Yeah, Pro XR has a paddle that is, I believe it is cold press, so the technology that they're doing is a little different than some of the other paddles, and it gives a lot of shape to the ball, and great manufacturing team, great innovation, and really pushing the envelope, and you've seen more players come on. And one of the things you can see, if a pro is using the paddle, in large part, it's because they like the paddle and they think they can win with it, especially some of the newer players on the scene. So it's exciting to see what Pro XR has been able to do and the relevance they've been gaining in the pro pickleball community with the paddle. So a lot of great things and a lot of great things ahead.
I think that's one of the differences in the paddle companies between, again, sort of the generic company and versus the company that actually puts in their own engineering, their own design, their own input, and you know, trying to innovate. We certainly see that from a number of different. It's not just Pro XR. Pro XR is obviously a leader. Just bought Paddle Tech, another leading company, but we see it from other paddle companies too that are at the forefront of really with new designs. You know, more grit on the paddle, more able to put more spin on it. We see Emmerich here with a Holbrook paddle. That's another company that I think that is coming up with some good new designs. And it looks like we're getting ready to go here. Game 1. Referee getting everything straight. Again, I think the thing to watch for in this match is Rohrabacher and Wright coming out with constant pressure from the get-go, every shot, forcing their opponents to react. I think they think if they can get into the hands, but if they can get into the firefight, the advantage is theirs. So they're not afraid to speed it up. They're not afraid to initiate things and have the ball sped up. They want to beat you with that firefight. We'll see what Humberg and Emmerich do to try to counter that. Will they go soft, or will they be more the tennis player style and pound it right back?
Wow. Well, as we were talking about, a lot of fast-paced shots there, and Rohrabacher with the first point, just misdirect forehand for a winner there. Great stuff.
Didn't take long for a speed up. I thought they were going to make me look silly and do about 50 dinks, but instead, quick speed up.
And it looks like Humberg and Emmerich are also looking for that fast-paced, aggressive kitchen game with missed flick there, but likely going to be continuing.
It's a nice lob there from Rohrabacher. A little change of pace for her.
Yeah, and someone that's newer to the game but has found the lob. Definitely a more seasoned shot, so impressive to see her picking up on that early in her career.
An unfortunate net cord there for Rohrabacher, popping up.
I think Humberg was there on both. If it didn't hit the net either way, but definitely the net didn't help and put her partner in a tough spot there.
A couple of nice resets. Another nice reset. Oh. Some beautiful resets there on the defensive side from Emmerich and Humberg, but just couldn't convert when they had the chance.
Yeah, and I like that take from Humberg there. A little bit too aggressive on that shot, but definitely the right play. And if she was able to get a little more shape on that, that would have been a nice, clean winner down Anna Bright's line.
Bright serving at 3-0-1. Humberg sort of, I think, expecting ATP jump to the left, and Anna Bright with a beautiful topspin to the center of the court.
Yeah, and a lot of times that cross-court player should cover that middle, but Anna Bright hit it in such a great spot that it was close enough to Humberg that kind of was in that unsure territory of who was going to take that ball.
Excellent angle there by Humberg, sending Anna Bright face first into the windscreen. Not a lot of room on that side of the court. plenty of room on the other side. Emmerich to serve at 0-4-1.
I do like that take in the middle of the court. If they can get in behind it quickly, could get some success, but Anna Bright's backhand is definitely a thing of power, and you got to watch out for it. And neither team shying away from that speed up, as there were about 2 unsuccessful speed ups, with the third one yielding success there from Humberg. And a huge serve there, getting the unforced error on the return.
2-4-2 Humberg serving. She's got some pretty good pace on that serve.
Yeah, and against a team like this, definitely getting an easier third and setting yourself up for some easier shots in the middle of the point, definitely would recommend.
A nice drop there from Anna Bright, and then kind of again, I think Emmerich looked like it was a little unexpected that it would come hard from the transition zone, but again, that's what you're going to face with Bright and Rohrbacher, is just constant pressure.
Very interesting technique on that slice return there, really getting her whole body into that, Humberg was, and I like that. It's not a shot that you see a lot of people hit. And with this ball, that's going to have a lot of bite, making it tough to get that up over the net for Bright and Rohrbacher.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Again, Jim Kloss here with Connor Garnett. Interesting you say that, Connor, is that we don't see that many hard slice returns. Certainly used to see that a lot with Dura, or in those amateur events that use a Franklin. Definitely see it frequently. That was long.
Not a clear view.
Rohrbacher and Bright questioning it, but I am standing pretty much on that baseline, and it was definitely long. 3-5-2.
Ooh, and we've seen that shot a couple times now without success, but I do like that shot, and we'll see if Humberg can start finding that to really get some pressure on that right-sided player. Great leave there.
Yeah, really good leave. Again, Bright and Rohrbacher questioning that. That was about 2 feet long.
I think a little bit of the sides, tough to see that back line on Bright and Rohrbacher's side. Great ATP there.
Yeah, good anticipation by Humberg. Again, what you want to do on those ATPs is let the ball drop as much as you can. Take it as close to the ground as you can, getting maximum angle. Big power there from Rachel Rohrbacher.
And in the last probably 6 points, we haven't seen a ton of attacking by Bright and Rohrbacher. So getting back to that is going to be key if they want to keep this lead, as Humberg and Emmerich are only 2 points back.
They've been hitting a few out balls here, a few shots long. Oh, ball on court. We'll redo that serve. Emmerich serving at 4-5-2.
That was a great shot by Anna Bright. Her ATP on that right side is really impressive. She is able to hold that for so long and really get around that ball with some shape. Definitely someone to take notes from on that shot.
Yeah, on that forehand ATP, if you can, you want to get some hook shot going. Anna was able to do that very effectively.
And that just caught the line there. That was closer than I think Rachel wanted, but a great attack in transition. And she looked almost like a half a step slow getting up to that, so it was closer than she would have liked. That she was not a half a step slow on. I think they would like that one back, but a good shake and bake from Wright and Rohrabacher, which is what you would expect a lot from them.
I think that's definitely one of their favorite plays. For those of you that are MLP fans, you probably saw a lot of Anna Bright and Rachel Rohrabacher. Hard to tell who was MVP of that Orlando Squeeze team, but maybe they had 4 MVPs, but Rohrabacher certainly is a 4th round draft choice, an extremely important part of that team.
Ooh.
Connor, it looks to me like Emmerich's come out with, especially Emmerich has come out with a strategy of employing the soft game to try to counter the pressure expected from Bright and Rohrabacher. I think that's a pretty smart move. You know, her tennis background made me expect to see a little bit more hard hitting and try to hang with the power of the other two. But Emmerich seems to be focusing on keeping the ball soft and letting Humberg apply the offense.
Yeah, and I like that, having kind of a hot and cold type game where you have one player that goes aggressive and one player that has a little bit more of a soft game to really kind of keep them out of their rhythm and not give them too many looks on these different shots.
So as soon as I say that, of course, Emmerich does a 3rd shot drive, but not successfully.
Ooh. Barely catching the line there from that cross-court dink by Rachel, and with that, they have snuck up to a 7-6 lead.
Emmerich definitely was looking for an ATP there, but there just isn't enough room on that side, depending on the shape of the shot.
That cross body still almost got Anna when you are expecting the backhand and they do go cross body. Sometimes you get a little bit of a paddle. So great lead by her on that one.
8-6-1. Now 8-6-2. Really hard forehand cut there from Humberg. Connor, what's the thing to do if your opponent is giving you that hard cut?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of slice. You really got to get some shape behind it, and you're going to get a ton of topspin on it, and it's going to get the lift. So I'll like to drive that, but get a more shapely drive than opposed to just all-out power drive there.
I know watching you play yesterday, it's noticeable how far down you get on the ball. I wish my knees could do that. But the young athletic guys like you can really get down there. The further down you can get on the ball, the easier it is to get under it with that topspin to counter that hard cut.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, when you are able to get below that ball, it gives you so many opportunities, whether it's the speed up, whether it's the reset. It just having that steady base as the foundation of your game is so key, at least for my game. Some people, knees aren't there yet, but for me, I find that super key.
Well, it's not that my knees aren't there yet. They just were there a few years ago. And now when I try to do it, they say, Jim, that was back in the 70s we did that.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the styles of you have like, wow, Anna Wright read that and said no-go zone. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you have a guy like Matt Wright who is definitely on the older side in pickleball on the pros, and he doesn't use his legs a lot, but he's able to break his wrist a lot more and get those flicks from those kind of shoelaces and stuff like that. So a lot of ways to do it, and finding what works for you is super important.
Yeah, definitely Matt, one of the smarter players on the tour. Definitely great hands and great defense. Not maybe as athletic as he was 20 years ago, which is, I think, true of all of us.
It's a great angle there.
Fantastic angle from Anna Bright.
Really got around the outside of that ball on her backhand there, putting it away cleanly.
6-10-2. Humberg and Emmerich need a little run here. I really like Emmerich's control on that forehand cut. It's surprising for somebody who's only played pickleball a relatively short time and coming over from tennis. Usually the tennis folks have a harder time adjusting to, I mean, that's not a stroke you'd see on a tennis court very much. So interesting to see her so quickly adjust to a shot that's a quality shot in pickleball. 7-10-2, a little bit of controversy on that call. It's a nice dig from Humberg, but probably should not have tried to speed up that calf-high ball.
Game point here, another slice return. And the pressure of that drive was great.
Again, Brighton Rohrbacher with the constant pressure game. A lot of drives, a lot of speed ups. That pressure is hard to resist. Connor, I think oftentimes when you play players that are putting constant pressure, the tendency is to try to respond with pressure. You know, they're hitting hard at me, so I'm going to hit hard back, as opposed to perhaps trying to counter that strategy by going soft and forcing your opponent to react to your move. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I think it's a lot of times the trajectory of the ball. If you're able to hit it either straight or down, you're going to have some success going back hard. But once they start hitting down on you, having that sense to reset, a lot of times when you are in that firefight, you think go, go, go. But taking that breath, keeping the hand a little looser on the paddle, so when it is that third shot and you're starting to lose, being able to reset is a skill you don't see too many players have yet.
Certainly in pickleball, when your opponents are hitting the ball hardy, sometimes it feels like you're hiking uphill the whole time. You're facing pressure. I'm hiking uphill. What can I do to tip it? And if not make me feel downhill, what can I do to get the balance back? It's a hard thing to find sometimes.
Yeah, most definitely.
So if you're Emmerich and Humberg, you know, you performed pretty well that first game, but you lost. What sort of adjustments do you think they can make to try to turn this around and win game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they need to change a lot. I think there are just a few points here and there that didn't go their way, but staying in the rallies, they got a few errors by Brighton Rohrbacher. And not trying to do too much here. A lot of times when you do lose that first set, you try and overdo that second. So just staying with that game plan. Great opportunity there, and got a little too overeager, as we saw.
Yeah, they came out with some really nice soft stuff. Had the high ball, just didn't convert. And Bright serving at 0-0-2. And 1-0-2.
Looks like Bright and Rohrbacher are handling that slice cut return a little bit better so far here in the second game. And it seems like the serve on this side that Bright and Rohrbacher are on now is a little bit more effective, and that other side is struggling a little bit returning that.
We just got an update from center court where 5th seeded Dekel, Bar and Tyson McGuffin pulled out a 3-game win over 3rd seeded Matt Wright and James Ignatowich. 5-11, 11-8, 11-7. I understand there was a nice substantial comeback by Bar and McGuffin there in game 3. It's a big win for them. On to the semis. I see Julian Arnold and Christian Alshon defeated Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud. We saw that earlier, earning them a chance to play against some guys named Ben Johns and Collin Johns. Julian and Christian will obviously have their hands full in that semifinal.
And a quick lead on this court. And I think we're starting to see that wind play a little bit of a factor here. There's not a ton of wind, but it's slightly going with Wright and Rohrabacher here, making their shots a little bit more powerful. And as you were saying earlier, Jim, when it's not super windy, having that extra pace gives a little bit more of an advantage, and you can start really doing more as long as it's not too windy where you have to worry about your shots going out.
Well, the one thing you can anticipate if you're playing against Wright and Rohrabacher is you can anticipate pace. They don't seem to change their style no matter who they're playing, no matter what the score is, no matter what the situation. They're gonna, if they go down, they're going down fighting. They're going down hitting the ball with pace, trying to put pressure on their opponents. I think it's a really successful strategy. I think with paddle technology the way it is, the paddles being more responsive, a little more power. The women maybe not quite as good at counters as the men, so you can get away with a little bit weaker speed ups on the women's side. You do a mediocre speed up on the men's side. You're just you're fetching the ball because it's been put away. It's probably bouncing off one of your feet. So the women can get away with a little bit lesser speed up. So I think the wave of the future, especially for the women's game, is Wright and Rohrabacher. I think people are going to start imitating them. I think they're a coming team. I think people are going to see that. I think people are going to start saying, maybe that's the way to go. Let's use the paddle to our advantage and let's pound away. Whoa, that ball didn't come up at all. Heavy cut by Humberg. 0-6-1. Emmerich and Humberg need to do something here to change the trajectory, or this one is going to be history. A beautiful inside-out forehand there from Rachel Rohrabacher.
Yeah, and that slower pace speed up you don't see a lot of, but is so underrated. It really just changes things up and adds a whole new kind of thing that you have to think through when you are trying to defend it. Now, not only are you expecting pace, but you gotta be ready for that slower shot and have that split step a little bit more down.
There's definitely a lot everybody can learn about this game. Connor, I understand you've entered the world of YouTube instructional videos. What's up with that?
Yeah, I just started a YouTube channel, Connor Garnett Pickleball, probably a month ago. So I've been trying to tell people a little bit about the shots that I like, my two-handed backhands on there. So if you want to learn about the two-handed backhand or some of the things that I do well with getting low and just my evolution in pickleball, that's a great kind of way to check it out. Yeah, Connor Garnett Pickleball. And I think a lot of the sport, there's so much learning, and for me it's kind of a way to get my thoughts out there and articulate some of this stuff, because whether it's my style, whether it's a Callan Dawson style of kind of the hands on the back of the paddle, there's not really a right way to play pickleball. And so figuring out what works and kind of some of the tendencies with it is super fascinating. And yeah, YouTube was a great way for me to express some of that, and always curious to hear other people's thoughts and learn with the game.
Well, check that out on YouTube. Check out Connor's stuff. One of the things to do as an amateur if you want to improve is, you know, we can't necessarily play like the pros, but we can imitate them. You know, most of my shots are copycat shots from watching other people. You know, just about every shot I hit that I do with any competence, I could tell you some pro I copied to learn that shot. So if you're out there and you've got a two-hand backhand, Connor Garnett is certainly one of the people you want to watch and one of the people you want to learn from. So check that out on YouTube. I know for myself, what I want to check out for Connor is how does he get from the baseline to the kitchen line in 1/10 of a second, and it takes me 5 minutes. Once I figure that one out, maybe I'll be a 5.5.
That one might have to stay in the vault. We'll see.
That one might. And Rohrabacher and Wright close that one out pretty easily. A lot of constant pressure there, just what we thought we would see. Probably a good learning experience for Emmerich and Hamburg. I'm sure they'll come back a little stronger next time.
Yeah, I think that wind played a huge factor. I didn't notice it as much sitting out here, but this side, Rohrabacher and Wright just really went on a run there at the end.
I think their experience showed out there. Definitely their power was a big factor, as we expected. And they will move on. And that will bring us to a commercial break here at the 2024 Desert Ridge Open. And we'll be back in Phoenix, Arizona in just a moment.
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But where was I really going?
Oh, the depth of this man.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Where you gonna go, Tom? Where you gonna go? Spin that wheel. Looks like you are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby. Let's go, Tom. They got mountains and, more mountains. Let's go.
What is happening here?
Who's next?
Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same, but not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new, completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together, so you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss.
The Veolia Desert Ridge Open is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate, the exclusive mortgage partner of the PPA Tour. By Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts. By Range, clean energy for everyone. By Select Medical, the exclusive physical therapy partner of the PPA Tour. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by Skechers, conquer the court in comfort.
All right, what's happening, Johnny? Pickleball here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Oh Snap Pickling Company. What a matchup coming at you here on Grandstand Court. We're going to have Megan Dazan and Etta Wright taking on the Walker sisters, Angie and Alex Walker. You'll notice that sometimes it puts them as Axe and Ag Walker, which is really entertaining, but they're going to be battling it out here. See who can move on to the next round. Etta Wright, known as a very smooth player, going to play on the left side. Megan Dazan, that power right side, very steady, great hands, great defense. And Etta obviously bringing the power with some finesse as well. Probably one of the best left side players in the women's game. And then we have Alex and Angie Walker, who during the PPA camps here at Desert Ridge were able to help me out, which was great. Great to get to know them more and great to see them in action. Teaching all the people in the PPA camps, which is awesome, as they're putting in a lot of work to advance their game in pickleball, which is fantastic with their tennis background. So we'll see this matchup. You're gonna have a lot of firefights, I believe. That would be my bold prediction, right? So we're gonna see Alex and Angie Walker probably gonna be going ahead and probably going to be speeding up at Etta Wright and Megan Dazan from time to time. And I'll tell you what, the atmosphere here in Phoenix at Desert Ridge, unmatched. I mean, it's absolutely jam-packed with people. Not only Grandstand, center court, of course. And remember, you can always tune into pickleballtv.com for championship court action, as our referee signals for the 1 minute warning until we get started here. The players finishing warming up. You can see, looks like Alex and Angie Walker playing with Proton, as well as Megan Dazan. And then Joola, represented by Etta Wright. And this crowd anxiously awaiting. You can't really see all of them behind the fence. It's, like I said, jam-packed. These people elbow to elbow, just trying to get in to sneak peek and watch this matchup. It's going to be a great one here between Dazan and Wright, who are the 4 seed, and Walker who on a 15 seed, who are trying to kind of make sure they can get some more experience as they go, but local here to Arizona, so always a lot easier for professionals when all they have to do is kind of wake up and drive to the venue. Very fortunate to do that. Makes life a lot easier, that's for sure, versus having to travel, get on a plane, be in the hotels. So I'd look for them to have a great match here today, having the comfort of being in their home area. So referee's gonna call them in, and we're gonna get started here. A couple paddle taps ready to go, as it's Alex and Angie Walker taking on Etta Wright, Megan Dazan. Let's get it going. All right, so our referee getting everybody in position. It's going to be Angie Walker to serve, and here we go. And there's the firepower right away from the Walker sisters. A couple of net cords early. And they get on the board. And talk about power, there's going to be Etta Wright putting that one away. So a side out. And now it's Megan Dazan and Etta Wright's turn to get going. Missed return puts him on the board. And the return from one of the Walkers actually almost put Etta Wright into the fence. Happy to just get it back, but then setting him up to put it away. And defense almost leading the offense, but the Walkers controlling the kitchen line beautifully, and now we're going to have a side out. Yeah, unlucky net cord there. They're going to put the ball wide, but a lucky net cord for the Walkers and puts them ahead here at 2-1. Yeah, missed return. And shoulders back, paddle back, ball way out. So we're going to see a second serve coming up as the Walkers just kind of bouncing around back here at the baseline, trying to get warmed up, get loose, get the feel of this grandstand court. And a good roll there from Megan Dazan. Able to push the Walkers out wide a little. And little miscommunication there between Angie and Alex Walker. Right in the middle, so that ball just splitting the difference, getting right between them, as they'll look to shake that one off. And Etta Wright getting an easy point there now at 2-3. And another point awarded to Etta and Megan. So going to tie everything up here in game one at 3 apiece. And there's the firepower from Megan Dazan that we had talked about earlier, as she's able to just kind of force her way forward with a big forehand drive. And great defense leading to a nice punch volley from the Walkers. Able to work together to create their own offense. And Etta Wright leaning back, unable to come up with that one, but you can already tell from the pace here that this is going to be a very fast-paced match. And a sorry not sorry from Megan Dazan. And a good lead there from Wright and Dazan. Going to get the side out. And not too much damage done as they now lead 4-3 And that's a nice volley there from Angie Walker after the short return led to the drive from Etta Wright. But a beautiful drop from Megan Dazan now, creating pressure on the two Walker sisters, trying to move in forward. And extending their lead to 5-3. And again, Megan Dazan able to drive, create pressure. Etta Wright able to kind of just let that one go, but the pressure was enough to cause an error from the Walkers as they elect right now to go ahead and take a pause here and take a timeout. Johnny Pickleball here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Oh Snap Pickling Company. Don't go anywhere. More pro women's doubles coming back right after this.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Pickleball Central.
And welcome back to Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Oh Snap Pickling Company. Johnny Pickleball on the mic here on Grandstand. These players couldn't wait to get started, so they went ahead. And now here we are at 3-6 on a side out. And Megan Dazan trying to be as long as she can be there, stretching for the Ernie, unable to reach it. Little breeze going left to, going to the right, her right. Kind of out of her way there. So. And now Angie Walker trying to crash off the drive from Alex. And she got busted, so we're gonna see a side out. 6-4 here in game one. And a nice little 1-2 combo from the Walker sisters. And trying to test the line of Megan Dazan. She's sitting on it with her forehand. Probably make Alex Walker think twice of doing that again. And that ball just kind of coming back with the wind, swirling a little bit here on Grandstand court, unable to pancake that ball in. That one's going to go a little deep. And that extends the lead even further, 8-4 here in game one, as that one hits the top of the net and drops straight down. So much needed side out here for the Walker sisters. And good disguise, but great control from Dazan and Wright, controlling the entire kitchen line. And just applying that pressure to the Walker sisters. And that one again, Angie leaning back, trying to just crank that ball, but unable to do so on that back foot as it raises her shoulders as well. And the ball sails out, so side out to Dazan and Wright. And Megan Dazan with a 1-2 combo of her own. Alex Walker electing to go right back to that forehand side. And now that extends their lead with the Dazan forehand to 9-4. Here in opening game 1, Dazan and Wright coming in here as the 4 seed, taking on the Walker sisters that are here, the hometown of themselves, you know, in Arizona, in Desert Ridge. Having the hometown crowd, this place is absolutely packed here as people just continue to file in if they have their tickets. And even if they don't, they're just kind of all across the back of the court. It's hard to see them from time to time, but especially as they keep filing in pretty quickly with all the other matches that are going on at this facility. But the Walker sisters electing to take a timeout, think it over, make some adjustments. They came out firing. We figured this would be a very fast-paced match. It has proven to be that way, but you may see in an adjustment attempt, potentially the Walkers trying to slow things down. But Etta Wright being very big up at the kitchen, and the players are going to come on back out at 9-4-1, Dazan to serve. And Etta Wright and Megan Dazan having no intention of slowing down as they come out firing. Just a little too much on that last one, so second attempt here. And Megan Dazan just going right down the middle, splitting the difference. And we have our first game point on the paddle of Etta Wright. And now Angie Walker just going for it all as she hits the back of the fence. And so that's going to do it here for game 1. Dazan and Wright take it 11-4. We'll see what kind of adjustments the Walker sisters can make. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming up next. All right, what's happening? Game 2 ready to begin here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open presented by Snap Pickling Company. Let's get started. And the home crowd starting to kind of cheer on the Walker sisters. And Megan Dazan going to try to put a stop to that really quickly with that big forehand. And once again, finding the forehand of Megan Dazan is Angie Walker, so a side out. And we'll see what Dazan and Wright can do here. And great speed up, great disguise there from Etta Wright as she's able to kind of have the acceleration after contact going right into the left shoulder of Angie Walker. chip and charge there, trying to get in. That ball sitting up just a little bit, and so that one's going to be unable to do anything for Megan Dazan. Second attempt here. Right to serve. And this one going to be sitting up. You can see the wind pushing away. It's at the back of Dazan and Wright, so their drives coming in even more hot. But that ball just sitting up even more from Angie and Alex Walker, creating easy putaways. And so trying to compensate for that wind is Alex Walker with that return. Pushes it a little deep, and just all of a sudden, here we are at 3-0. And defense leading to just a great overall point from all four ladies, but you can see Etta Wright and Megan Dazan just in complete control and dictating pace with placement. And now that ball going to be out as well. And right on cue, with Dazan and Wright leading at 5-0, Alex and Angie Walker electing to go ahead and take a timeout. And as they do so, I want to go ahead and talk about the PPA pickleball camps. I was able to have the privilege of having Alex Walker and Angie Walker at the PPA pickleball camps with me here at Desert Ridge. Great campers, man. Always doing big things, and it was great to get to know them. And the campers had a great time getting to know them as well. We'll be doing PPA camps at every single tournament stop this year on the PPA Tour. And obviously, when you sign up for a camp, you're going to be receiving courtside tickets to any day of your choosing. We're going to be recording it and giving you an individual copy of that camp that you are a part of, as well as Pickleball Central discounts at the tournament. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Be sure not to miss it. And be sure not to leave right now, because here we go. Etta Wright coming up next to serve. And right where they left off, just overpowering, dictating pace. And with the wind at their back, going to be even more difficult for the Walker sisters to reset those balls. And Etta Wright calling that ball good, as she took a full swing and a miss, but great defense from Dazan and Wright, but a great put away there from the Walker sisters. Gonna try to get something going here at 0-6 here in game 2. And that ball gonna be just long. Seasoned veteran move there from Etta Wright, knowing that ball's going to sail long. Just getting out of the way. And just sticking that one-handed backhand out there. Etta Wright just so dangerous from the kitchen line, whether it's on backhand dinks or even just punching that volley. And they'll look to extend their lead here. And going for a full swing, there's Angie Walker, able to keep that ball down, but Alex Walker not ready for the great volley from Megan Dazan. Punches that ball long. Little panic and fear there. And that one hitting the top of the net, going to sail long. But as we said earlier, the pace of play, lightning speed here. So they're going very fast through this. And great work there from Megan Dazan, able to take her time, trust her drops until she got the ball she wanted as she closed and finished. And we're at 8-0-2. And another full swing there from Angie Walker. And that ball just not going to go over for her as it just kept dipping down. So the second timeout elected to be called here from Alex and Angie Walker, and probably a good time to do so, being down 9-0. As we are going to take a break as well. Dazan and Wright in full control of this match, up 9-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with and see if what can happen next from Angie and Alex Walker, if they can make a comeback. More pickleball coming up.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
All right, welcome back. The players just getting out there quickly. So Walker sisters able to get the side out. Good use of the timeout. See if they can get on the board. And Alex Walker unable to continue that dink rally, but probably a wise decision to go ahead and just try to slow down the pace. The power of Megan Dazan and Etta Wright. And there's Megan Dazan with a 1-2 combo as she closes in. And just like that, we are at match point 10-0-1. And not going to go down just yet. But Dazan and Wright getting another opportunity here. Another match point on Dazan's paddle. And that ball going to go long, so 11-4, 11-0. Megan Dazan, Etta Wright moving on. And the Walker sisters going to head back to the lab here in Arizona, work on some things and keep going. But a great match there. Dazan and Wright just too much dictating pace, power, and just great placement overall. As they'll probably look to continue their journey to try to get to that championship Sunday. But more pickleball coming up next. The Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Snap Pickling Company. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed.
They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
I need all the wins. Yeah. Get no L's, gotta get a no call to quits. Yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of it. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out.
Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same, but not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Ride. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
At Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
This is what you're waiting for. If you're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Follow your vibe. Busy. Flavor for every vibe.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me. Listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. Pick it up.
Bring it on.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
All right, what's happening, Johnny? Pickleball here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open. Next up, Lucy Kovalova, Callie Smith versus Lacey Schneeman and Vivian David. And this is going to be quite the matchup. But joining me in the booth for his first ever commentary gig, Donald Young.
How's it going? Glad to be here.
I mean, first time for everything, right? You're doing pickleball, you're commentating.
I love it. I love it.
You're all things.
New beginnings. New beginnings.
New year, new you, man.
100%.
All right, well, let's get started. Lucy Kovalova to serve. Now, Lucy Kovalova and Callie Smith, the 2 seed, taking on Schneeman and David, the 6 seed, trying to move on to that championship Sunday. And that one just not going to do it. Now, Donald, women's doubles, more entertaining than men's doubles? Just firefights.
I would have to say so, yeah. It's so quick. Firefights, the ball is going back and forth so quick. Quick exchanges, a lot more fun.
And a good put away there from Lucy Kovalova. Staying on that right side, you typically see Callie Smith playing the left. Sometimes they'll switch it up. As Schneeman and David on the board first. And unable to close there is Lacey Schneeman. Just drive and crash.
Drive and crash.
And just as an update, I know we're all watching this one as it just gets started, but we're in Game 3 on pickleballtv.com for Championship Court is the Kawamotos taking on the undefeated partnership of Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau, the 1 seed. Kawamotos lead 9-3 in the 3rd game.
Wow.
Donald, what do you think, man?
That's crazy. What are they, 56-0?
Something like that. It's something astronomical.
That's wild.
And speaking of wild is also going to be Lucy Kovalova's 2-handed backhand. Good luck with that, Schneeman and David.
Yeah, it's a pretty shot.
And Callie Smith just trying to go for something there, trying to flick it. That ball, especially as a little breezy here. Not as bad as yesterday, though.
No.
Dying down a little bit at the kitchen line.
Yeah, the wind's a lot calmer.
And good redirect there from Lacey Schneeman, just kind of faking him out a little bit. Now, Donald, coming from tennis, which one was, when you're dealing with the wind in tennis and dealing with the wind in pickleball, what is different? Which one's harder? What is tougher about it? What's different about it?
I would definitely say playing pickleball in the wind's a lot tougher because the ball has holes and is a lot lighter, so the wind can sway it and move it a lot more than the tennis ball. Kind of the tennis ball, and the court's a little bigger, you can kind of play to the middle a little safer. And pickle, you still want to hit your spots and keep, but you know, your 3rd shot drops are a lot tougher to keep it in the kitchen, and so it's unattackable.
Absolutely. As that one hits the top of the net, it's going to go long. Just those nuances of it, you know, coming from tennis to pickleball, those differences, having to adjust.
Yeah.
It takes time.
It takes time. It's reps, practice, match play.
And that high volley going to sail just slightly as that ball, and Pablo actually gets too far behind her trying to come through. And so off to a quick start is Schneeman and David, already up 4-1. But Kovalova, Smith, veterans of this sport. And just going for it, testing Vivian David, usually just sitting on those balls with a forehand, but misses that one. So kind of getting away with it, but just testing it as well. And nice little flicker right down the middle.
Very nice flick up the middle.
Now, Donald, did you play any ping pong or anything like that
I
as
did
well?
all the time. Junior tournaments, had a ping pong table at the tennis club I grew up at. We had a lot of battles on the ping pong court.
Big put away from forehand of Schneeman. Did you see any of that ping pong stuff that you did as a junior? Did you start to see how it kind of works in pickleball a little bit?
It does. It's like life-size ping pong with a bigger paddle and a bigger table.
That's it. And Vivian David kind of continuing what she did at the Masters, even just being extremely aggressive this year so far and just going for her shots and closing in. And Lucy trying to pump up Callie Smith, get something going here as they get a gift with a missed serve. And Schneeman trying to go for the redirect again, kind of one too many there. Sometimes it just doesn't have to be that good.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
And probably thinking about the last one, now missing the backhand volley.
That was a 2-for-1.
And that ball's going to go out in the center court update just in case. Is Kawamoto's up 9-3, and all of a sudden against Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau, the undefeated team, all of a sudden, Donald, now it's 9-9. They poked the bear.
Yeah, they did. They're ready now. They've definitely already come back to play, and it's tough to take down the top dogs. So you know, getting over the hump, 56-0 might be 57, but you know, but every streak comes to an end. Maybe it'll be today, maybe it's not.
The added pressure, obviously, for the Kawamotos to try to take down the undefeated. Got that 9-3, and I mean, what happens in that moment? You just start thinking about it?
Yeah, 100% you're thinking about it. And every point that goes by, you get tighter and tighter and tighter. And then the other team kind of is like, oh, well, you probably thought you were going to lose anyway, so you probably play a little freer. And, you know, and then next thing you know, you're back even, and you don't want to be even with the champs.
That's right. Oh, we'll see. We'll get an update from center court, I'm sure, soon as to who takes that match. But we'll get started again here with Kovalova and Smith up 5-4 here in the opening game 1. And Callie Smith sitting on a two-handed backhand, trying to go for a 1-2 combo. Schneeman coming up a little short, trying to redirect that ball down at Kovalova. And a little confusion on the score. Thought it was a side out, but just going to be 6-4-2. As that one going to just be powered home from Vivian David. Now, Donald, you've been able to play some singles, obviously, men's doubles, mixed doubles. Which one's your favorite?
You know,
they're all different games.
They're all different. I would like to say, I would think singles would be better for me, but doubles has actually been a lot more fun. I've gotten more wins in the doubles. I practice it more, so it's a little different. It's enjoyable. It's a team aspect, and there's a lot of trash talking in pickleball, so it's a lot of fun.
There is.
I like the chirping.
Yeah. Now, is that something you expected coming in?
I did not. I did not. Coming from tennis, where you have just a gentleman's sport, and you have to be calm and quiet and nice to your opponent, it's nice to talk trash.
Absolutely. And Schneeman gonna power that home. Lucy checking to see if that ball was in or out. So they're gonna say. Yeah, they're gonna say that one's good. So. And as they're able to put that away, Leigh Waters, Catherine Parenteau are now, what was that, 58 or 59 from the truck? I believe 59. 58-0, so they were able to come back down 3-9 and take it to continue their streak. Now at 11, winning that third game 11-9, but wow. That's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough. You don't want them to get even. Got to keep the lead.
And that ball just going long. And that one hitting the top of the net. But Donald, you are correct, man. The trash talk in pickleball, and I don't think it's all. I'm sure there's, you know, in other sports with it, the NBA, the NFL, and other sports. Obviously, you have the trash talk. It's everybody's in close proximity, so the court is so much smaller. You can just talk to everybody a little bit more, right?
Yes,
you can hear it.
You can hear it. It's close. You can get in their head a lot easier. You know,
tennis, you're far away.
Far away. You can say it at the back of the fence, side of the court. You can talk to some fans, say some trash. But here, you're letting the person know how you feel, and they know how you feel.
Yeah. Reminds me of like 2-on-2. 2-on-2 basketball. I mean, it's just it's exactly what it is. And Vivian David upset with herself by missing that one. You'd probably never know it as she still smiles through it.
Always a smile on her face.
Coming up a little bit short there after a nice rally from Lucy Kovalova, and Callie Smith just able to transition slowly from the baseline to the kitchen. Very methodical.
100%.
And Lacey Schneeman coming up a short again, just trying to get so much roll there.
The inside out roll is a tough one too.
And so what would she need to do with her paddle then instead?
I don't know, I'm the one to ask, but I would think maybe not, you know, bring the target in a little bit, because it seems like a lot of them are missing wide. Like maybe, you know, just bring it in a little bit, give yourself a little more margin for error there.
Absolutely. Sometimes it just doesn't have to be that good.
It just doesn't always. And then she hits a really good one right there.
Yeah, exactly. Right on cue. Well, Vivian David and Lacey Schneeman now in a hole a little bit, down 6-10 here in this opening game one, but still an opportunity here as anything's possible in pickleball. But that is definitely not going to help their cause as they go to the second server here, Lacey Schneeman. And now Lucy unable to get that one to go, so as they creep a little closer here at 7-10.
Oh, well.
And a missed opportunity there for David and Schneeman now. And a game point. Two opportunities here for Lucy Kovalova and Callie Smith. And that's going to do it. So a big drive there from Lucy. Game one going to Kovalova and Smith. We'll see what kind of adjustments Vivian David and Lacey Schneeman can make, but a lot of it is, I mean, what we saw from game one, just some errors off the top of the net, going for some bigger shots, bigger angles than necessary. So maybe just going for a little bit higher percentage shots.
Yeah,
going
they
forward.
were up pretty big in that game. Was it 4-1, 5-1?
Yeah.
And it kind of let them roll off quite a few points.
Absolutely. So with the PPA Tour schedule already in place, obviously, throughout the entire year, Donald, what is your schedule?
You know, I'm piecing that together. I'll be in Mesa in a couple of weeks. I know I'm here to play 16 events. I might play more, but 16 is what I'm in for right now, and I'm loving it, so I might play a lot more. So it's a lot of fun, and I just know I'm going to play Charlotte, Virginia Beach. I'm going to try to stay East Coast as much as I can.
Of course.
Yeah, but I like coming out West, but I would like to get a few more East Coast, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. And Donald, obviously you're going to probably be playing Atlanta, since that is where you are from, or where you are at currently, correct?
Yep. Atlanta's home. I definitely play Atlanta, have my family and friends come out. I look forward to it. It should be a lot of fun, and by May I should be a lot better than I am here in February.
But it's amazing in pickleball how quick, especially when people do come in, and you've decided, I mean, people don't realize how good the players are at this top level until you really just jump out there. But by going out there and doing it, you'll get better so much quicker that way. So mad props to you, man, for being able to go out there and just get after it and learn from everybody, and then it just helps people excel so much quicker. So I agree with you 100%. You are not going to be the different. You're going to be a completely different player, probably within even like a month.
Yeah,
so
getting the reps in is important.
Absolutely. But speaking of reps, here we go. Game 2 already rocking. And Schneeman again just trying to go for something that isn't necessarily there yet, just still a little too low.
Yeah, it's a tough one to get up. She likes that inside out there.
Loves it.
Loves it. Loves it. Live and die by it.
As soon as we say she shouldn't do it, she'll have an amazing one, though. So we did figure that out. And firing away, that's going to be a lot better than just an inside out. That's going to be powered home at the feet of Callie Smith.
That was good aggressive play.
And Lacey Schneeman finding the top of the tape. And there you see more in women's doubles. The quick pull.
Quick pull. That was what, 4 hits in?
And there's going to be a quick pull or 3 from Lacey Schneeman, able to put that ball away.
Yeah, it was a good play.
And now we have a 0-0-2 still.
Oh,
another one.
Another one. With the win. That was a tougher one than the other side.
I would think at this point, though, Callie Smith may start to adjust, knowing that that shot might be coming.
Right. She swung at that, too.
Absolutely. And Callie Smith actually leaned to the left, thinking that it was going to be an inside-out roll.
100%.
Good rally there by all 4 players. But, I mean, Donald, I know you came from tennis, man, but, I mean, there's so many more, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's got to be, you got to be witnessing so many more net cords with the pickleball than tennis.
Way more. Like, it happens all the time. Like, it happens like, it's like you're almost aiming for it because it's like right there in front of you. So it's hard to get the ball up and over that often. Tennis, it's like such a rare occasion a net cord happens. And when it does happen on a serve, you just replay the point. It just doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, pickleball, it seems to be happening all the time. You know, the margin for error and trying to keep the ball low as much as possible. These players are so good at placing the ball, but I mean, it's just when you're going for just the top of the net every time.
Fair enough. That's a good point. Yeah, in tennis you play with a little more margin, or you can play with a lot more margin. Than pickle, you want it to stay low and barely get it over the net into the kitchen.
And Vivian David getting busted trying to come back to the middle as that ball goes by for a little ankle breaker. And Callie Smith with a cut volley there, cuts it right down to the bottom of the net. So finally a few points here in this game too. It's tightly contested so far.
Good defense there.
And a thumbs up from David to Smith. As David not really known for the trash talk.
Absolutely not. I feel like it's less in the women's game.
And not really sure if Callie said yeah or that was something from the crowd, but we'll go with the crowd as they're into it here at Desert Ridge.
Nice overhead.
And Lacey Schneeman with her tennis background, showing it off there with the overhead.
That was a nice wrist snap. Pronated well there.
And trying to come in and attack and apply pressure to Smith and Kovalova is Schneeman. Pushes that ball long. As for this new game, obviously they have a brand new Vulcan ball. We have a Vulcan ball for each game. You get a brand new one.
I like that.
And great defense there from Schneeman and David to earn their way back to the kitchen after getting pushed back to the baseline. Working their way up, and Vivian's going to want that one back, I'm sure.
100%. Loves that inside out.
And not changing her mind to go anywhere else.
Nowhere else. You have one track mind there, inside out.
And Vivian David just getting down in a squat and pancaking that sucker.
That was a good move. she gets really low, especially at the kitchen line.
He would almost kind of do a pancake or a mini scorpion on that one.
100%.
As we are always creating new shots in pickleball. That's one of the good news about it is why it's so inclusive. You have people, you know, like yourself, Tom, that come from tennis. You have people from racquetball and squash and all these other sports, and they're able to kind of use those into this game.
Right, all those unique techniques that they've spent a lot of time and years honing and learning, it kind of can all come together, and there's a lot of different ways to play the game of pickleball.
And Lucy Kovalova able to put that one down. But as we saw game one go very quickly with Kovalova and Smith pulling it out 11-7, this one not the case, kind of creeping along here slowly. A lot of side outs, tightly contested here.
This is.
And just going for it is Callie Smith. Maybe a little premature there, but trying to pull trigger just goes long.
It's good defense.
And trying to hang on as long as they could there was Kovalova and Smith with some great defense. And Lucy just couldn't get out of the way of the one ball, or else it probably would have hit the fence.
Yeah, I think so.
Not expecting it to be that high. Now Vivian David going around the post, and a crowd giving her a little bit of love.
Yeah, they like the ATVs.
Now, Donald, you've seen, speaking of the crowd, you've seen, I mean, some of the biggest atmospheres in the tennis world, man, you've been a part of. I mean, what do you think of the pickleball atmosphere? What do you think about, I mean, the crowd that's here, just kind of, I mean, elbow to elbow?
I like it. It's intimate. It's real intimate. That's the best way I can describe it. It's intimate. Everyone's close. You seeing them walking around, and you have to walk by them to get to your court, and they're right there cheering you on, and they're closer to the court in proximity than tennis as well. So it's nice to get a little fan feel, and the environment is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, Schneeman and David are going to go ahead and go to the bench, with Kovalova and Smith going there as well, taking a timeout. And Schneeman and David taking the lead at 4-1 here in game 2. So making adjustments, one of the beauties of pickleball. You know, it's kind of a breakdown of the three things of pickleball, being patterns, percentages, and adjustments. Adjustments being one of the major ones. Oh, how about that? PPA. I don't know.
That's a good one.
And so adjustments, though, some of the adjustments that David and Schneeman are doing is kind of what we talked about. They're not going for so much. They're kind of letting the game play out, letting it come to them a little bit. Lacey's hitting her inside outs.
Yeah.
And obviously the defense.
Right, the defense has been great. The inside outs are starting to land a lot more than they're missing now. I think last game she missed about 4 or 5 of them, but this time I don't think she's missed one.
Not yet, and they're going to try to keep it going, as this is a best 2 out of 3, 2-11, and so, you know, one of the beauties of pickleball as well is that teams that have been playing this game for quite some time never worry if they lose game 1. Sometimes they make their adjustments. They know there's 2 games, and we'll see if they can continue here up 4-1 in game 2.
Right.
And good timeout there from Kovalova and Smith, kind of kill that momentum.
Yep, timeouts are big in pickleball.
And now a great timeout from Kovalova and Smith. As timeouts aren't used to catch your breath in pickleball, they're used to kill momentum, that's for sure.
100%. Yeah, it's a different little caveat you're throwing in there. Like, it changes everything.
And that ball not coming up. So Lucy's going to go ahead and serve. But yes, the game of pickleball, obviously, they go so fast.
It goes really, really fast. So you kind of need the timeouts, because someone get on the roll and the game could be over in 3 minutes.
And Schneeman, speaking of roll, there's the backhand roll right down the middle of the court.
That was nice.
And now that ball going to sit up a little bit as well from Callie Smith, and Lacey Schneeman able to just tee off down the line of Lucy Kovalova. But a great deep return by Kovalova, so we'll see Lacey Schneeman to serve.
Nice reach in. Nice backhand flick.
The inside out by Leigh Schneeman once again, kind of getting her opponent off balance.
Loves the inside out.
And now Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova kind of looking for answers here. You know, they have the wind kind of swirling on this court, actually. I keep wanting to say it's going one direction, but... And now that ball gonna sit up high as well, as Lucy Kovalova kind of smiling as she goes back to retrieve it.
Yeah, I think the wind is behind Vivian and Lacey right now. It's giving their balls a lot more force and pop. And it's tougher for Callie and Lucy to drop.
And Lacey getting under that ball a little too much, trying to cut it pretty hard to make it unattackable for Lucy Kovalova. And Callie Smith sitting on that one, but just so important, especially if there's any kind of wind involved, or a lot of it anyway, why that coin toss at the beginning, or that, you know, picking the number, why it's so important to get the correct side of your choice.
Can get an early lead.
And Lacey Schneeman again, just having that paddle come right into her body, unable to extend and reload for the next ball. And we'll replay that as PPA rules. We play let's. Replay let's.
That's good speed up.
Lacey Schneeman proving to be a very crafty player.
Right, speed up right at the right hip there.
And there's Callie Smith flicking the braid in there and saying, come on.
Yeah, good aggressive play right there. Have one thing on her mind, it was attack.
Going for it.
Yeah, inside out too.
Of course. It was. And there's going to be a timeout from Schneeman and David as they're going to try to gather themselves. We talked about timeouts being so important, Donald. You know, in tennis, obviously, man, the matches can take a little while.
Yep.
You know, I mean, about how long, ballpark?
You know, a 2 out of 3 set match is anywhere from an hour to like max 2.5, 3. And then you play 3 out of 5 set matches, and on men's side it's 3 out of 5. It rarely is under an hour 45, 2 hours for a straight set match. So normally anywhere from like 2.5 to 4 or 5. Some matches have been. They're really long. And the only thing is, you know, when your timeouts are, they're, you know, every 2 games. You gotta get to sit down, you get your 90 seconds, and after every set is 2 minutes. Yeah, so. It would be nice. It would be a nice little nugget to throw in there with tennis to have timeouts. You would see a big difference, like a big break point, or, you know, call timeout right before they're serving it. Like, we could really ice somebody. It could be really good.
Yeah, pickleball, the game is cut down to, I mean, you know, some of our longer matches probably an hour, maybe max. Exactly. You know, but you know, some of them have been 17 minutes.
Oh,
you know, some of them can go by very, very quickly.
Very quick.
Anywhere from that 15-minute to an hour. But yeah, you have to use those timeouts wisely. But let's get started here. And that dink gonna sit up high as well from Callie Smith. And she's been trying some new paddles, so you know, I think maybe paddle sitting up a little high for her. She's still not broken in yet, not getting used to it yet. It takes time to break in these paddles.
Yeah, I was talking to Callie. We're both playing musical chairs with paddles right now. And she said she's liking this one a lot more than some of her others, though. So this is her second day hitting the paddle. So she got it from a friend yesterday. So she's learning the little nuances and the ins and outs on the feel for it.
Yeah, and it definitely takes time. And now that one hitting the net as Callie Smith fires that ball right at Vivian David. And not intentionally, just didn't know she was so close.
Right.
But a timeout now called from Lucy and Callie as Schneeman and David extend their lead to 7-4.
Yeah, they went on a little run there.
And, you know, Donald, as you transition from tennis to pickleball, what do you think, or what has been probably the best thing for you, like transitioning over, and what has been the hardest thing as well?
The hardest part for me has really been the slowing it down, like, because tennis, the mindset is to beat the person. The first person in the offense is usually the person who wins, and this one is, and pickleball is not necessarily the case. The first person in the offense could just be you're just missing, the points are going too fast, they're countering too well. So it's more of a, you're finding that perfect balance, which I think is, you know, individual for the person and depending on your opponents in the match. So I think I would say slowing it down, finding the right shots. There's a lot of strategy here that you don't see just watching it or in general. It's a lot more when you get into the nuance and playing, and the higher the level, it just changes.
That's right. Yeah, a lot of layers to the onion, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot.
And Lucy calling that ball out about 20 times.
Make sure she didn't hit the ball, and everyone knew it was out.
Yeah. So a good time out there from Kovalova and Smith, so to kill that momentum. And that ball going to be just long, as even the crowd wants to make sure that they're a part of it.
Yeah, that one just missed.
Now David and Schneeman have extended their lead to 8-4 here, trying to get and force that game 3. And a good put away there from Schneeman, extending their lead to 9-4. Inside out overhead from Lacey Schneeman.
Of course is going inside out.
No other place to go.
No, great overhead nonetheless.
So if you ever play Lacey Schneeman, Donald, in mixed doubles,
I'm moving inside out. I'm telling my partner, cover the inside out. Let her beat you middle.
That's pretty funny.
Take it away.
Take it away. And there's Vivian David with her animated miss. And now a little help from the wind there. That ball kind of dips down a little bit, and the timing of Lacey Schneeman a bit off. So they're at 5-10-1 here in game 2. Now would be a good time to kick it up a notch if possible.
The inside out overhead.
But Lacey Schneeman just too much with the inside out overhead.
Yeah, I think this side, the wind's helping it too. It's pushing it more to the fence when it goes in, so it's no chance to get that back.
And net cord for net cord. Lucy almost teeing off on that ball. A little upset and frustration.
She definitely caught herself.
Yeah. And a side out, so a game point here for David and Schneeman to take it to game 3. And that ball going to go long, so there it is. Game 1, Kovalova Smith. Game 2, Schneeman David. That means we're going to game 3. to see who's going to move forward and try to get into Championship Sunday. The Veolia Desert Ridge Open. Johnny Pickleball here with the Donald Young. And this is presented by Snap Pickling Company. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for Game 3. See you soon. All right, welcome back. Johnny Pickleball and Donald Young here. Game 3 starting. Kovalova, Smith, Schneeman, and David. Let's get started. And Schneeman able to get that ball down, but the team on the near side having the most success winning the game. And so we'll see how that factors in here in Game 3. And probably should have gone inside out as Lacey Schneeman.
Yeah, that's been her go-to. She changed it up.
She's unable to get the Ernie to finish. And an acrobatic play there from Schneeman coming in. Flying backhand volley. as they get on the board first here in game 3. And now we're going to hit the net. But during the break, Donald, you were telling me about Lacey Schneeman with the inside-out forehands and obviously the wind change.
Yeah, like when she's on the side closest to us here, the inside out, the wind was helping it. It was moving it more to the fence. So when it was made, it kept tailing off, and it made it tougher for Lucy and Callie to get to it. And now on the far side where she is, it's kind of bringing it back to the middle, and the wind is against it. So sometimes it's hitting the net, and it won't go over with the same amount of oomph.
And so definitely going to be in the favor of Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova if they continue to kind of target Lacey Schneeman more as they get on the board here in game 3, tying it up at 1 apiece. And Lucy upset with herself as she is sitting on that ball with a two-handed backhand. Known for her two-handed backhand over the years.
Really solid shot there.
And that's going to be the warning. And so with the new serve rule, you are given a warning. And I'll explain more now. So with that warning, the new serve rule is it must be dropped palm facing down below the hip bone, as well as when you release the ball, you may not impart any spin. So it was a fault back at the Masters as that ball goes out. It was a fault, an automatic fault at the Masters, but now they've added in one warning.
Yeah, that's great. Per Masters, people were getting really upset. The guys were coming to me saying they were getting called for 9, 10 faults in a match, which is like you said, I never got to serve.
I never got. And nice exchange there from Schneeman and Smith. Schneeman able to come up with that one, but yeah, it's tough for the shorter guys. That's for sure. You got to bend down, get it down pretty low. Short arms is tough too.
All above.
All the above. And that one's gonna sail long. And there's a couple fist pumps there by Lucy Kovalova as she switches over to the left side.
Yeah, and I see that.
And now we'll go back to the right.
Lacey is not trying the inside out as much on this time around.
And now they're flying around. Callie Smith able to cut that off and put it there right for the winner. So at this point, obviously the team that's on this near side has won the game. And so you got to be thinking, just get to 6 as fast as you can. Don't allow any points from Schneeman and David so you can make your switch. Just get there.
100%.
And now that ball going to go out as well. So we'll see if David and Schneeman, if they get another one here, elect to take a timeout. Try to kill that momentum.
Yeah.
But they're at 5-1. They'd get the switch and a timeout regardless.
Right.
And there's 6. There's going to be the switch now. They're going to get 1 minute. And it just came out guns blazing here in game 3.
That was 5 to 6 on the trot. And now I think this is a much needed timeout. And we'll see if they can go on a run on this side of the court, with the win in their favor.
They'll have to make a quick adjustment, that's for sure. And Schneeman and David probably just saying to themselves right now as a team, we're on the good side now.
Yeah, that's the positive side, and that's what you want to see and think about. And we only want to think about the positive in these moments because just like in this sport doesn't have a shot clock or a timer on it. It's until the fat lady sings and it's over.
That's it. And it can go by in a blink of an eye, that's for sure. And so, the mental focus for pickleball, and I mean, it has to. I don't know what it compares to. If it does compare to tennis, cool. You'd have to let me know. But yeah,
it's different. It's faster. You don't have as much time in between to gather your thoughts. Like you said, it's a game of runs. It can just happen in an instant. So you need to kind of be focused and dialed in the whole time. There's no aces. There's no anything that's just free. You got to earn everything.
All right, and we'll continue here. Callie Smith, Lucy Kovalova up 6-1 here in game 3. And just going for it. Vivian David upset with herself, knowing that ball was probably going to hit the fence.
Yeah, that one was going pretty far out.
And now they extend their lead to 7. And as we've seen on that side where Lucy and Callie is, the ball just sits up a little bit more, enough for Schneeman and David to hit down on it.
Right.
I feel some inside outs coming.
They're definitely on the way.
But not before Callie Smith can put one down. And now coming up short there, so Callie Smith, Lucy Kovalova looking to extend the lead here. Already up 7-1 here in game 3.
The inside out. She hasn't hit one in a while. It's not warm.
And unable to come up with the inside out forehand is Lacey Schneeman. And that ball taking a weird bounce, did not come up at all.
Wow, that's an unfortunate bounce there.
And yeah, very unfortunate bounce for David and Schneeman. And on that, they are already down here 9-1 in game 3. And Kovalova and Smith, they're just dictating pace. They're getting some lucky bounces here and there. It's just kind of all going their way here in game 3.
When it rains, it pours. It just seems like how it goes. You know, when it starts going well for a team, it just keeps going well. You get in the let courts, you get in the bad bounces, you get in the just missed shots. And now at 9-1, they're probably a lot more calm and relaxed, and now they can just go for it and hit some shots they normally wouldn't go for. And sometimes it starts to go in when you play a little freer, just like practice.
That's right. And one of the scariest scores in pickleball, though, is 9-2, believe it or not.
Okay.
As that's one of the scariest scores, and I think the Kawamotos figured that out with Parenteau and Waters when they were up 9-3. And so, you know, you really there's a skill involved with these players have started to learn that, obviously, over the years that they've been doing this, of how to close matches.
Right. Yep. Closing is a skill. That's definitely a skill. Winning's a skill. Good timeout.
And a great timeout. Yeah, from Schneeman and David, and they'll need one more. And Callie Smith just coming in guns blazing, doing a little shake and bake for herself.
Yeah, it's a good move.
And just like that, we're at match point.
Match point. Oh.
And that's going to keep them alive as Schneeman and David get the side out. Very much needed side out, but 110.
Okay, 110.
Here we go. Start the journey.
Here we go.
And that is not going to help their cause, but David to serve, staying positive and upbeat for her partner. And that ball going to sit up, so tack one on.
Good setup there.
And now that ball going to sail a little bit long, so adding another one to the score. And 3-10. And reading that incorrectly is Vivian David leaning to the right. That ball going right to the middle, and Lacey Schneeman not ready. And so 2 opportunities here to close it out for Kovalova and Smith. Match point. And that's going to do it. A drive right down the line. Lucy Kovalova, Callie Smith moving on. 11-7, 5-11, and 11-3. Able to close this match out. Donald, your final thoughts, man?
Yeah, it was a tough match. It really played, the side played a big thing in this one. And Lucy and Callie got the right side at the start of game 3, and I think it gave them the lead. And then they were able to kind of hold the lead and play aggressive because they were up so many points. There was the side with the win definitely played a part in this match, I believe.
Well, that's awesome. Glad Donald Young could be a part of his first time in the booth. It's awesome to have you, man.
No, I'm glad to be here. I appreciate the invite. We'll meet up and do it some more.
Absolutely. Johnny Pickleball here, the Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Snap Pickling Company. Don't go anywhere. Grandstand Court going to have more pickleball coming up next here on the PPA Tour. All right, what's happening, guys? Johnny Pickleball here on Grandstand Court, the Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Snap Pickling Company. What a match we have for you here. Danon and Wright back on Grandstand, taking on Andrea Koop, Tina Pisnik. And these players, they just wanted to get going, so here we go. And Pisnik sitting there on the backhand. They had a right unable to get up, so a side out, 0-0-1, Koop. Andrea Koop to serve. And that ball not coming up, so already a bad bounce. And we have 2-0-1. Andrea Koop to serve again. And pretty good drop there, but Megan Danon able to get her paddle under it and power it through. And now Koop coming in firing, and Tina Pisnik cleaning it up as well. At a right unable to handle it, so they extended their lead to 3-0-2. And that's a great cross-court drop from Andrea Koop. Megan Danon electing to try to take it out of the air. And now leaning in there, probably feeling the presence of Tina Pisnik pretty close to her. Andrea Koop unable to come up with that one, but they were able to go ahead and kind of get their lead at 4-0 here in the opening game one. And now Megan Danon and Etta Wright both kind of coming out here a little slow, a little flatter. I'm sure they're going to be picking it up here anytime now. But as we've seen, anybody on this close near side to where we are here, where Tina Pisnik and Andrea Koop are, have had great success, able to power the ball downward. And the side of Danon and Wright, that ball has been just sitting up on that side all day thus far, or at least lately. And now that ball just going to sail long. And now that one going to go into the net. So all of a sudden this game quickly getting to 6-0-1. And there's Etta Wright with a great move. Much needed for the Danon Wright team. Jump in the kitchen, anticipating and hitting the Ernie.
Bye, guys.
And Etta Wright just picking her spot there on the left hip of Andrea Koop. And that's finally going to get them on a board. Still have some work to do as they're at 161. And Megan Dazan starting to get warmed up here a little bit as that drop's going to set her up to come in and fire away. And putting a run together here a little bit is Dazan and Wright, but that's going to halt it. And with that missed serve, so Andrea Koop going to take a layer off as she gets warmed up. And now we have Etta Wright to serve, cutting that lead in half of Koop and Pisnik. We're at 3-6-2. And great defense from Koop and Pisnik as Etta Wright and Megan Dazan were just kind of picking their spots and firing, and finally they decided to fire back, Koop and Pisnik, but put it long. So 4-6-2 now. And now 5 after a slow start from Etta Wright and Megan Dazan as they start to get loosened up here, warmed up, and now potentially could tie this first game up here. And now getting her feet out of the way is Etta Wright as that ball goes out. So down 6-0, no problem. All tied up. And hitting that left hip of Tina Pisnik is Etta Wright and putting that on a dime, right on a good spot there. And with that shot, giving them the lead after being down 0-6. So great run here for Wright and Dazan. We'll see if they can add to it. And just going right at the chest of Tina Pisnik again. And here it comes. We knew it was probably coming soon. A timeout called by Andrea Koop and Tina Pisnik. They were up 6-0. And now it's 8 unanswered points coming from Etta Wright and Megan Dazan. And we're going to let them go ahead and do that. Johnny Pickleball here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open. We'll take a quick break and come back right after this. All right, what's happening? Welcome back. Johnny Pickleball here. The Veolia Desert Ridge Open Grandstand Court. Etta Wright, Megan Dazan making a big run here. We're going to see if they can add to it. And trying to flick that through and thread the needle is Megan Dazan, going right up the middle, unable to connect. So going to be a side out, and actually a much needed side out for Andrea Koop and Tina Pisnik after stopping that run. And that ball going to connect down the line from Andrea Koop. Very close, but able to get it. So, and now another missed return from Etta Wright. So all tied up here, 8 apiece. Game 1. And great defense by Koop and Pisnik, but Etta Wright just going to be too much on that play. So another opportunity to take the lead. 8-8-2, Tina Pisnik to serve. And about 3 or 4 different net cords there, but Pisnik and Koop able to come out on top of that exchange. And now that ball going to sit up a little high from Tina Pisnik, but going to be a side out, but they were able to get the lead. Dazan to serve, down 8-9. And Etta Wright rushing her shot just a bit, hitting the top of the net. Gonna try to tie things up here. And that's a great combo play. Bang, bang from Etta Wright and Megan Dazan to tie this up. And now unable to come up with that play. So all knotted up here at 9 apiece in this opening game 1. Tina Pisnik to serve. And Tina Pisnik trying to go around the post. A great dink out wide from Megan Dazan. Good cut there on the backhand side. And Tina Pisnik unable to get the ATP. So we should have, after the iPad gets updated here, 9-9-2. And trying to get a big stretch there is Tina Pisnik unable to come up with that play. So still knotted up at 9. We get a side out. It had a right to serve. And great defense, just sticking that proton paddle out there is Megan Dazan. After that speed up came right at her. Able to stick it and really come up with the play. So they take the lead, game point. And Tina Pisnik now able to go right down the line. And Megan Dazan thinking that ball is going to come out her left hip and left side, kind of sitting on the backhand side, unable to come up with the forehand. So another opportunity here, 10-9-2. And there's the lead, and great defense from Pisnik and Koop. But Etta Wright and Megan Dazan, after being down 6-0 in game one, storm back and take it 11-9. And we'll see what kind of adjustments they can make. Coop and Pisnik going to game two. We'll switch sides with some more pickleball coming your way here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open. Johnny Pickleball on the mic. We'll be back in a minute. All right, what's happening? Johnny Pickleball here at the Veolia Desert Ridge Open. We're ready for game two. Dazan and Wright. Coop, Pisnik. And Andrea Coop knowing she got away with that one as Megan Dazan not expecting the ball to just come directly to her forehand. And a great drop there, and so they're going to strike first and be on the board. But we saw this earlier with Andrea Coop and Tina Pisnik getting out to an early lead, a big early lead, and then Dazan and Wright kind of settling in later. And great touch there from Etta Wright. And just too much power. This ball is going to be going with the wind straight down into Coop and Pisnik. Going to be hard for them to keep the ball down a little bit. And Danon coming out on top of that exchange. Tying it up here in game 2. And now Tina Pisnik with the pull. Going right at the body of Etta Wright. And Megan Danon going for it with the two-handed backhand, unable to hit. Well, side out to Pisnik and Coop. And a big forehand from Etta Wright to set it up for Danon to put it away. And there's Megan Danon with a two-handed backhand right down the line. Extending the lead for Wright and Danon. Correction for the side out. And now Andrea Coop able to power that one home. And Etta Wright letting that ball go. And an update from center court. The Johns brothers narrowly escape, taking out Christian Alshon and Julian Arnold 12-10 in the third. So they will move forward, but not without being tested by Alshon and Arnold. So good for them. And back here, we will have the side out all square here, 2 apiece. And Andrea Coop setting it up for the two-handed backhand of Megan Danon. They couldn't get it back without giving it to Etta Wright, who could finish it. And now that's going to be a side out, so all square still. Going back and forth, this tightly contested game 2, game 1, game of different runs. And these two teams just kind of dialing it in from their side change here, trying to get something started. And that ball going to come back to hit the back of Etta Wright. Trying to speed up at Andrea Coop. Andrea Coop reading that off the paddle of Etta Wright. So back and forth we go once again. And a great deep return there from Megan Danon. And another side out, so And great finish there from Tina Pisnik after giving it the 1-2 combo. And that ball just sitting up a little high, easy for Tina Pisnik to put away. So back and forth we go. Neither team able to just kind of get some points on the board and get started. We'll see if that changes now. And right on cue, big two-handed backhand from Andrea Koop. Unable to come up with it is Megan Dazan. And great spot back there. Good rolling forehand volley. Deep on the baseline, kicking that ball upward into the body of Andrea Koop. She's unable to come up with it. And great spot there from Etta Wright, knowing that Tina Pisnik was coming back towards the middle, able to do an inside-out forehand roll. And not too much damage done, but Koop and Pisnik able to take the lead at 3-2. And Etta Wright closing, but not able to finish. And that ball almost, Megan Dazan just trying to get out of the way, somehow gets a paddle on it, but then gives it right back to Tina Pisnik, who can put that ball away. And neither team able to really get any kind of roll going here. And again, just both teams creating so much pressure on each other, unable to kind of swing freely, knowing that the other team is ready to pounce on anything they leave just a little high. And there's Etta Wright sitting with the two-handed backhand on Tina Pisnik, trying to go right down the line on her. And that's going to tie us up here at 3 apiece. And that defensive lob just going long. And now that ball going to take a kind of a weird bounce, as well as Tina's kind of looking at it to see if it's in the round shape. And firing back and forth. Etta Wright just trying to defend the offensive punch from Andrea Koop. But not until they take the lead do they get the side out. So Wright and Dazan up 4-3. We'll see if Koop, it's not going to help her cause there. She tries to kind of run in, and that ball getting by her. So another opportunity here to tie it up. And Etta Wright electing to let that ball go, but it lands about a foot inside the baseline. Kind of tricky wind conditions here at the JW Marriott. But solid forehand there from Etta Wright. Not going to let that one go. And 4-4. They're going to go ahead and take a timeout and just kind of see if they can refocus and come back out with some energy But we'll come back as well. So don't go anywhere. Game 2. We'll be back right after this.
Who's bringing it in the crowd? It's time now for the Deep Eddy Fun Fan Moment.
Let's go, Jay! Fly, baby, fly! PPA Desert Ridge Open!
Welcome back to the Veolia Desert Ridge Open. Johnny Pickleball here on the mic on Grandstand. Megan Dazan at a right. Going to try to take the lead here against Andrea Koop, and they do it with a big forehand from Megan Dazan, just like that. And that ball graciously called in from Etta Wright. That one looked to be a little back, but too close to call, so she elected to play it.
I know, right?
And great pressure from Etta Wright, kind of closing in on the kitchen. Great drop from Megan Dazan as well. So they're going to extend their lead here to 6-4. And now Etta Wright trying to hit that corner on the right side on a drop and unable to come up with it. So Koop and Pisnik get the side out. See if what they can come up with here. And Andrea Koop, that ball didn't come up as much as she thought it would. Tried to fire away down the line to catch Etta Wright. Unable to execute, so here's Tina Pisnik to serve. And that one's not coming back, going right down the middle. Etta Wright with the forehand power. And great defense effort from Megan Dazan and Etta Wright. Couldn't finish as they were closing. Almost made their way into the kitchen. And Megan Dazan with the two-handed backhand. That ball not coming up once again. And Tina Pisnik unable to get under it. And now the overheads and big forehands from Etta Wright. Just too much for Pisnik to handle. As they'll try to extend their lead here, 6-4-1, so a couple opportunities. And a little bit of frustration coming in for Megan Dazan and Etta Wright as they're just struggling to get anything going on offense. And they deserve that one. Megan Dazan stretching wide to even keep the point alive. And maybe that's going to give them some energy and some life to string some more together here. But Tina Pisnik and Andrea Koop trying not to let that happen. And there it is, Tina Pisnik just finally able to get that ball down enough. Etta Wright unable to come up with it. And great defensive effort there from Etta Wright and Megan Dazan. Kind of that ball going right into her body. Able to fend it off, stay in the point, and extend it. And there's the power from Etta Wright and Megan Dazan on display. The combo play from each other. And that ball just sitting up once again from Etta Wright, unable to really get that third ball or drop shot down from the baseline. And that ball finally going to go wide, but after great play from Koop and Pisnik to extend the point. And great play from all four ladies as we are at 8-4. And now the combo 1-2 punch from Megan Dazan. Flicking the ball forward at Andrea Koop just for her to block it high enough for her to put it away. And that ball going to go wide on the dink of Megan Dazan, but not before they make a little bit of a run here in game two. But we'll see if Andrea Koop, Tina Pisnik can claw their way back into this one. And that not going to help, so 4-9-2 coming up. And there, that ball sitting up just enough as we have seen this last few hours here on this side of the court of Tina Pisnik and Andrea Koop. Whoever has been on that side, that ball just stays up a little bit more with the wind. And they get the side out. And that's going to be a big forehand put away for Etta Wright. And just like that, we are at match point. And that ball taking a nice bounce, nice depth on the return from Tina Pisnik. Another opportunity here for Megan Dazan and Etta Wright to close out this match. And that's going to do it. Great depth on the serve. Great shot there. Etta Wright, Megan Dazan move on Tina Pisnik, Andrea Koop had a great tournament, but the power of Etta Wright and Megan Dazan in the defense, just too much for them here. 11-9, 11-4, the Veolia Desert Ridge Open, presented by Snap Pickling Company. Johnny Pickleball, thanks for joining us here on Grandstand Court. Remember, Championship Sunday tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. The PPA Tour.